please, Ms. Herter.
Okay, thank you.
Where's the rest of the board?
We're through? All right. We are live. I am calling to order the March 8th, 2021 Committee of the Whole. Welcome, everyone. Thanks, staff, for setting us up in this new way. I think we are checking on Ms. Coates, and I think Ms. Herderich is supposed to be here too. So we'll check on that. Is anybody, Julie, is anybody board-wise on virtually?
No one's asked for the link.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll check on that. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion from Ms. Green and a second from, I thought I heard a second over there.
Oh,
You
I'll
second.
Okay.
Dr. Frazier. All right, Julie's going to get that up for us. All right, please vote. Oh, there's, all right, there's Cindy.
Go out. Can't go out.
Has everybody voted? Yep. Okay. Okay, so the motion to adopt the agenda passed. The next item is item 2, public comments, and we're doing that in a new way. And so I'm going to pass things over to Ms. Waters.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Darby. So we did not have anyone sign up for in-person public comments. And as of earlier today, we had one public comment regarding the lifting of the face mask policy on behalf of the governor. That public comment will be responded to. And we look forward to having more in the future. We're at a shortage today.
So just real quickly, why don't you, if you don't mind, since we're on and people may be watching us, can you just tell us what the process is, our new temporary process for in-person?
Sure, and actually, I apologize. Since it is a new process, I forgot that I'm actually supposed to read the public comment that was submitted. So let me do that first, if you don't mind, Ms. Darby.
Sure.
And then I'll go back.
Okay.
And I had clicked out of it, so give me one moment to get back in. So the new policy for public comments is that folks can go on the website under the board section of the website and sign up. And we will make space for you to come to speak for 2 minutes for a total of about 15 participants. If we have more, then we'll have to divide the time up per participant. This is a way of opening up the space in a limited capacity for people to be able to come and give public comments in person. However, if submitted online, we will be reading them. And so this one was sent by Chrissy Patterson. It says, now the governor has lifted the mandatory mask mandate. Please get rid of masks and plexiglass in classrooms ASAP, especially in the early childhood classes. Students with runny noses, sneezing, coughing, or just sucking on masks with their mouth are getting them wet with germs. We are spreading more germs wearing the mask than not because we constantly touch them, pull at them, adjust them, take them on and off to eat lunch or snack, or just to breathe in a deep breath because they are absolutely suffocating and hot for teachers, especially since we talk all day long. Then after touching masks, we cross-contaminate by touching so many common things in the room. We all touch the same door handles, light switches, faucets, etc. Not to mention it's airborne anyway, and the rooms are not big. We have a hard time hearing each other. Students cannot read lips and learn articulation. Plexiglass is just added square feet to collect germs from the kids' hands. Young children constantly touch, press their faces against the glass, and it's impossible to clean. It obstructs vision, blocks teachers from helping students with reading and writing skills during those lessons. It looks disgusting. The two have caused more harm than good, in my opinion. And all other teachers I have talked with agree. No one will speak up for fear of being blacklisted by CCSD. There are private schools across the county who never had masks, and plexiglass in their infection rates were minimal by comparison. No one has even considered the psychological impact this is causing. There is a discussion/planning group regarding this issue. I would be happy to participate. Thanks, a concerned mother and teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So you- Dr. French?
I didn't know if there's an opportunity to clarify something that was said, because I thought she said the governor lifted a face mask mandate, but there was never a face mask mandate in South Carolina.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Okay, thank you. So we've gone over the new temporary process in person and read those, all right? Next item on the agenda is item 3, superintendent's report. I think we're starting with the COVID-19 update.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be fairly brief, and then Mr. Broe is going to go through the updates for you on school employee vaccinations, and then we want to leave a lot of time for the board to discuss priorities, goals, and strategies this afternoon. If we move to the second slide, my first 3 slides simply summarize the infection rates. The first slide is part of the DHEC report that shows comparisons among counties. The second slide, the next slide shows the dashboard for Charleston County. We are down to 234.8 cases per 100,000. That's still in the high category. 200 per 1,000 is where the break point is. But it is much lower than where we have been, and we are celebrating this tremendous decrease in cases. So in the next line, you see the trend is sharply decreasing. And then in terms of percent positive, again, that's a new calculation, but we are at 5.5% positive. This trend shows more starkly in the next slide that traces the COVID cases by week in Charleston County. So if you look at the first bar on the left shows the week of January 4th. And then if you look right, just going across that pattern, it's really amazing how well our teachers, other staff, parents, and students have done at adhering to the processes and protocols that are in place. So as we see that fall off in the community, we see an even sharper fall off here in Charleston County schools. All that leads us to hope that next August we can begin schools pretty much on a normal schedule. We'll still need face masks, we think. We probably still will need plexiglass. But unless there are extenuating or unusual circumstances for a particular child or family, we are hoping that all of our students will come back for face-to-face instruction. There are going to be a few students whose unique health or family situations will require online learning. We're going to talk more about that under the SEC part of the agenda today. But we're thinking, we include in this slide some of the options that families would have for online learning, but we're thinking about working regionally through the Low Country Education Consortium. The superintendents in the other surrounding districts are very interested in that. And there are even a couple of districts across the state who would like to participate with us. We'd like to eliminate, to the extent that we can, the times that teachers have to teach in person and connect with children virtually. So that's a big push for us. Because of the capacity limitations of some classrooms, we're not entirely positive that we could do that. If there's a course that, like AP Calculus, for example, that has 28 students enrolled and that room will only seat 24, we may have 4 students who are rotating. Every single day, 4 students may be Zooming in, and those students will be present the next day, and 4 different students randomly selected would Zoom in the next day. So that's how we do it now. We may still have to continue some of that. Very quickly, we'll get in-person registration underway, and we are still working as a cabinet and with a few principals, some teacher representatives, on this whole idea of virtual school, wondering if we should have an application process for virtual school. Some of our students who signed up for virtual didn't participate this year. And we think that factors such as total lack of engagement ought to be taken into consideration unless there are extenuating circumstances in the family. So it's too early to make a recommendation, a hard recommendation around that, but we did want to make you aware of what we're thinking as we try to get as many of our children as possible back full face-to-face for next year. I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Barowie now to talk about the vaccination of our employees. That's one of the most exciting things that's happened to us since the start of school. Mr. B?
Thanks, Dr. Postway. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. So I'll be brief, but I did want to give you some of the wave tops of where we stand now with the vaccination plan. As noted on this cover sheet, we've got multiple organizations helping us. Medical University of South Carolina, Federal Healthcare has stepped up, as well as East Cooper Regional Hospital. And as of late, we've also added Plantation Pharmacy and Holy City Pharmacy, who are working out details right now. All told, that will allow us to get our staffs through much faster than we had originally anticipated. So the middle of last week, we got the news that we were expecting 2,000 vaccinations, 2,000 vaccines from Medical University of South Carolina. At that point, as proposed or as presented to you all in the past, the flow and timing really had a huge impact on how we would develop the plan. So once we had realized that 2,000 looked like it was going to be the number for the following 3 weeks, that's when we really put pencil to paper and hashed out how we would operate with that given quantity. Our goal is to give give school employees first priority, and others would be vaccinated afterwards. We think that we can get through all of the schools in 2 weeks worth of vaccinations. And as noted earlier, we've got multiple organizations helping us with this mission. So some of the details on the execution. We first looked at those that were in the school full-time during the school day. That included teachers, teacher assistants, front office staff. I put down the exceptions here. They're only exceptions because we handled those centrally on the given school day. It doesn't mean they were exempted from that list, but day porters and nutrition services workers were included with the school staff that was there during an entire school day as far as identifying the overall numbers we would need to develop the initial plan. You can see the tentative distribution Monday, Tuesday, and Friday of next week, followed by Monday and Tuesday of the following week, trying to take advantage of the days that we have already listed as e-learning, which is really March 15th. So how did we come up with the selection of schools or personnel? Well, I just mentioned how we came up with what personnel would go first. To come up with the order of schools, knowing that they would all be done in 2 weeks, it wasn't a significant issue, but we wanted to have rationale that made sense, that could be justified. And so what we first did was we selected randomly one school from every single constituent district. So there isn't a constituent district that said, I didn't get my school picked. Every district, constituent district had one school at the top of that list. At that point, we grouped schools into between 25 and 30, which meant that District 2 and District 4 were separate, and the other remaining districts were combined to get that 25 to 30 number. And then we randomly chose from each of the four regions, essentially, with District 4 getting additional draft choices because there were a few more District 4 schools than the other region, other three regions. From a capacity perspective with MUSC for those 2,000 vaccinations, we're going to set up 18 stations within one school. We're hoping to get 800 vaccinations completed during a given day. The plans for the other support providers differs slightly. Fetter, East Cooper, those will be done in different ways. And in fact, Fetter began today. Next slide, the appointment process, which was fast moving and extremely challenging, but we had a pretty dedicated team put together to make this work all the way through the weekend. The school principals for those schools that were chosen in the first week were given a link to send to all their employees. If the employee wanted the vaccination, they completed the form. Those forms were brought together into a central database, and we scheduled in order of the schools that we selected in blocks of time starting at 10 a.m. Through 5:50 p.m. At that point, the principal and staff were notified of those times, and the information was given to MUSC. There was an additional step required, and that is that each person who has chosen to get the vaccination with MUSC has to then go onto their website and complete the information required for them to release the vaccination to us. So that's an additional step that was happening over the weekend that is still going on today. Out of the 800 appointments on day one, I think we've got about 550 completed right now. So we'll be pressing to try to get that complete by the end of the day today. Because school was in session across the district, with the exception of the e-learning at the respective schools, we chose to use the Garrett Academy Annex as the location to offer the vaccine, which meant that we wouldn't need to close any school to conduct the vaccinations. It's a standalone building on the Garrett campus. We can use it without impacting any single school. All staff drives to that location for the MUSC vaccination. A decision was made to allow e-learning for the schools that were selected on a given day. We let the charter schools decide on how they wanted to operate on their own. That's their call. With the employees not receiving the vaccinations reporting to their school building on that given day. Next slide. This is the list of schools that were chosen for the first week. 43 schools, and we are actually going to get through all 43 schools in the first week. So the math worked out really well. Again, randomly selected, and we blocked in time within the schedule for each school based on the number of employees that requested the vaccination. The next slide shows what we did, and I don't want to belabor this one too much. This just shows what we did last week to get this going. And really, this is the effort that was put forth starting Thursday morning into the weekend. It essentially indicates what I just mentioned to you earlier, that we let all the staff know what was happening, and we sent out that Google link to the principals for those first week schools. Information has been sent to staff and parents from those schools that were selected on the first week. All the appointments are made, and we're ready to get going 10 a.m. Tomorrow morning.
Thanks. And the final thing I wanted two things. I want to thank Jeff, his team, the communications team. There were people working all weekend long to get our schedules put together to make sure that every employee in the selected schools that wants to receive the vaccine has an opportunity to do that. So that takes a high performance team, and I just want to give a public shout out to everyone who's had part of that, from the folks at the school to folks at the district in across departments, but particularly the operations team. And then finally, as we schedule these vaccinations right now, the vaccine that's being used has to be kept at a really cold temperature and has to be used within so many hours of being loaded into the vial. There are some complexities with that. So we need flexibility in scheduling those e-learning days. So my request is just to tell you that we know the board holds the authority for making calendar revisions. We would ask permission to schedule the e-learning days as absolutely necessary to get the schools vaccinated. And then as soon as we get through the vaccinations, to bring a revised calendar back to the board so that you can approve it and we can submit it to the State Department. Our calendar at the State Department of record must accurately reflect what we did and when we did it. And although there's a lot of leeway for school districts, obviously this year, we want to do it correctly. So as soon as we get the vaccinations finished, we'll come back to you with a revised calendar for your consideration. Thank you. And that concludes the superintendent's report. We wanted to reserve the remainder of the time. We'll answer questions, of course, but we want to reserve the remainder of the time for you to work on board priorities.
All right, do we have any questions on the COVID-19 report? Good. Dr. Frazier?
I just want to find out,
Use your microphone.
are we interfacing with any of the charter schools? And why did we leave them out?
Yes, ma'am. All charter schools that are district sponsored are included on this list. All of the charter schools are included that are part of the
They just
school.
could choose how they were. Explain what's different about them, Jeff, because you mentioned.
So the differences with the charter school, they will determine whether or not they do an e-learning day or how they will manage their school schedule. But their vaccinations will be the same as the rest of the district schools.
And are you using military time to schedule those appointments throughout? Did you refer back to regular time because everyone does not know military time?
Will do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Anybody else, Ms. Coates?
I just want to make sure that I understand. You've got a note here for schools that are not listed on this. Baptist Hill, Mary Ford, Deer Park, Zucker will be vaccinated this week by Federal Health Care. But the next sentence says a pharmacy has volunteered to provide vaccinations for at least one school. Are you dependent on someone else providing vaccinations, or all these schools will be done this week?
All the schools that are on that slide will be done this week.
Thank you.
And we're not depending on any external, like pharmacies to do the vaccinations. Those are just offers that have been made, and sometimes the school staff has agreed to those arrangements.
I have one quick question because I think people will probably ask us this. And because I know people have asked me at my company, or our company, how are we handling people that who choose not to get vaccinated? Do we have a lot of people who are doing that, or hopefully not?
I don't have the statistics. Right now, all I have the statistics are those that volunteered to get it. So some may have received it through other means, or as you mentioned, some may have refused or declined to take advantage. I don't have the statistics of those on the negative side at this point.
Okay.
We're running at around a little over 70% have requested to get our vaccination. So
Okay.
some portion of the 30% presumably have already gotten it, and some portion are declining.
But I think her question was, what is your plan for the ones who don't? Whether you know how many there are today, has there been any sort of discussion on that potential possibility?
No, ma'am. There's, the vaccine isn't required.
Right.
It's optional. That could change in the future, but at this point in time, as far as I'm aware, across the country, it's
Right.
optional.
Okay, thank you. All right, last question, Dr. French.
Okay, I have one question that has come up from a constituent is, what, if you have, like tomorrow, if you don't fill the appointments and you have, say, leftover vaccine, do you have a plan for trying to get those into arms within our district?
So MUSC has informed us they will closely monitor the end of the day and won't mix batches, creating excess at the end of the day. That doesn't mean there won't be any. But what we are doing is we're monitoring appointments that have been canceled. And we've also have a standby list for those that did not complete the form in time, or they changed their mind over the weekend. We are inserting those extra individuals into their school blocks wherever there's a cancellation with their school. So that's our first step. And we have done that starting yesterday all the way through today, filling in those that have backed out with those that requested. Those remaining that are on standby will look to include on Friday afternoon at the end of the day. But to your point, MUSC has expressed to us that they're going to work real hard to ensure there aren't any vials left on the table at the end of the day that they can't reuse.
Great,
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Our next item is the board priorities discussion.
There should be a handout at your places that has the most updated version based on feedback that we've received. We couldn't make every change that everyone asked for without significantly changing some aspects of the document. But if there was a request that we could easily work into the document, we did that, and we put at the front of the document this aspirational goal that the board would work with other entities to formulate something called the Charleston County Promise that would be a promise that students whose parents make a pledge and stay on track are supported through their at least one semester of post-secondary learning, modeled after the Long Beach Promise. And we put a little bit of information about that in the packet. Other than that, the changes are as they were presented in the board packet. If you'd like the staff to walk through it, we'd be happy to do that, but we weren't planning to do that because we thought the board needed the time for the board.
Okay,
I think without knowing what the changes are, we might be stumbling around looking for points of discussion when we know there are certain things. I mean,
Yeah,
would
that's
you like to
easy.
give us time to read the document to find those changes or just point them out?
what, Dr. Postlewaite, why don't you, I mean, this was in our packet, so we've had it since whatever, but why don't you just go through and hit the highlights of the changes?
Surely, some of the staff might want to step to the podium if they need to. There's just 4 priorities we're discussing today. Carolyn, you, Michelle, and/or Joe want to talk about the first academic improvement priority? I think if Michelle or Joe can get to the podium, they can take that, and then if you would do the COVID recovery.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. So the thrust, the major premise of that academic improvement goal has remained steady since the first introduction, in that we are measuring both proficiency and growth as it relates to student achievement. So you will see on the left-hand side that we've broken it out by K-8 performance and 9 through 12. Next, under acceleration schools, we believe that the same indicators.
Ms. Simmons, I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you flag strategy C? Because I think that's new to the board for the first one. I apologize.
That's a different strategy than was presented at the last one. That's been added.
Yes.
So great day to you all. Hope you all enjoyed the beautiful weather we had this past weekend. So as Ms. Simmons stated, the goals are priority is basically the same and the strategies are as well. What we did do is take into consideration some of the feedback like Dr. Postlewaite said earlier. And what you'll see when Callan gets up to discuss academic recovery is we took that feedback into consideration about looking at the metrics that we use for both academic improvement and the academic recovery efforts that we are putting in place. But as you look at the strategies, strategy A and B still focus on the curriculum pieces as it relates to math and ELA. We already feel like we have that strong math curriculum, like we said earlier, with the bridges and illustrative math for elementary and middle schools. And for ELA, we have that ELA task force that's working on identifying that guaranteed and viable curriculum for ELA. The addition that we have down here, so we didn't forget what the board asked us to do as it related to equity across schools, as we put in strategy C, which is we want to continue to make progress on those equity initiatives that we and priorities that we have put in place on last year. So that's the addition for priority 1 under academic improvement. And as you can see in the far left-hand column, we're starting to work on some metrics, as you all stated as well, to help show how we're making progress towards those goals. One of the things we want to note at the bottom is that, again, reiterate that specific academic and growth targets are set for each school, because earlier the question came out about acceleration schools and how are we going to evaluate them. Well, each school has their own goals for proficiency and for growth, like Ms. Simmons said earlier, so we wanted to make sure we pointed that out.
Darby, do we ask questions now or at the end?
Hold on, I think.
I was
Michelle,
saying, do we ask questions now or at the end?
I think you can ask questions at the end.
Thank you.
The indicator associated with kindergarten readiness has been unchanged, in that we will be measuring the number of students, the percentage of students who are achieving at or above kindergarten readiness expectations. And before we shift to the COVID recovery plan, we will entertain questions at this time.
All right, so do we have any questions or input on priority 1? So it'll be everything under priority 1. So I'm going to start this way. Dr. Frazier, any questions?
Yeah. My only question is, where have we placed, how we're going to measure attainment of the goals? Is that someplace here in the chart?
It's in the far left-hand column, like I said earlier, but we're working on what those metrics will look like. You see that first column?
In the very
Where it
first.
says the percentage of CCSD students K through 8 will achieve at or above grade level expectations. And you see the breakdown for both kindergarten through 8th grade, and then again for grades 9 through 12.
Okay, Dr. French?
So on priority 1, strategy C, you said you your strategy is to continue to make progress, but that doesn't explain how you're going to do it. Could you be a little bit more
Yes.
detailed?
Yes, ma'am. So about a year and a half ago, we had the board actions related to mission critical initiatives. And that involved increasing access to many of our flagship programs like Boost Academy, Academic Magnet, and then working on some middle school programming. So it's very specific to the items associated with mission critical. We've started the work. This just indicates that we continue to focus and give emphasis to the work. We don't want to leave the board thinking that that information, those priorities and efforts have been left behind.
And I'll give you a clear example, Dr. French. For instance, as it relates to equitable honors classes, we started looking at Algebra 1, and then we went to geometry, and on next year, we'll be looking at geometry and then English 1 the year after that. So we have like a tiered approach. So we want y'all to know that we haven't forgotten about those items, and we'll continue to work on them. So that's an example of why we wanted to point it out.
Okay. And then in the financials the estimates that you provided, I just wanted to understand, does this money come out of this, what revenue stream? Does it come out of the state allocations or does it come from something else?
So Mr. Kennedy could speak specifically to it, but we did set aside a pot of money associated specifically with mission critical that we should be able to continue to access.
Okay, good. All right. Ms. Green. Oh, Dr. Postaway.
So I just mentioned, if it says GOF, that's General Operating Fund, and those would be funds that this board will vote on in the budget. If it says ESSER, that's the Emergency Relief Act funds from the federal government.
Okay, Ms. Green, any questions? All right, Ms. Frederick?
No.
All right, Ms. Coakley? All right, Ms. Coates?
So the goals that the priority we had before, am I correct that it's shifted because now they're numbered? Priority number 1 was COVID recovery plan. So it's
Right.
okay. So it has shifted. So this is now number 1.
Right. In essence, all of the big items under academic progress, academic achievement, and COVID recovery relates to academic work. And so we just prioritize the big umbrella as being academic improvement. And then Ms. Belcher's item with COVID recovery coming directly under it.
Okay, because the academic improvement, I'm trying to translate this document to this document. And so the academic improvement that we were presented on the 22nd had 3 strategies related to performance and growth, and then had 4 strategies related to acceleration schools, performance and growth. So help me now understand. I'm confused. So now you're saying academic priority number 1 has how many goals? 4?
4 goals, 3 strategies.
Per goal.
Yeah, there's strategies for each.
Per goal. That because you've got like goal number 1 and strategies A, B, and C. Goal number 3 has strategies that are not the same as the strategies for goal number 1 and 2. So there are different strategies for different goals.
Right, correct. If you look at, say, I mean, it says overreaching readiness goal, and then there's strategies for that. And then,
it says growth goals specific to acceleration schools, and there's strategies for that.
right,
So goal number 1, this goal deals with academic improvement for grades K through 8. And then for goal number 2, that's 9 through 12. So strategy
It broke it out.
C under the first,
Right.
that goes all along with those. Then we get to goal number 3, that's about acceleration schools, and that's why you see a different set of strategies for that.
Okay. So okay. And then you just put kindergarten ready. Okay. I think that it was 3 the first time and now it's 4. So we were trying to sort of see what had gotten changed in
it
that.
broke out K through 8, 9 through 12.
We also
I would
moved up,
like for them to be able to discuss that, please, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. Ma'am, we also moved up at the Long Beach Promise as a separate goal at the top, ma'am. It had been a strategy under academic recovery.
That was going to be my next question. So it's no longer a strategy. Now we have added a new goal for the Long Beach Promise.
Cool. All right, any other questions on the academic priorities? Yep, Ms. Coakley?
And I'm sorry, question. If I look at this right here and we're measuring all our kids, are we setting any, I guess, separate standards or measures or measuring, our kids with disabilities, are we measuring them different? Are we putting them in a separate pool, and how are we measuring? And what are we measuring, academics, or how are we measuring our kids with disabilities?
It depends on the disability. It depends on whether a student is profoundly impacted and doesn't read, for example, but for the most part, the federal government requires, and we agree, that students with disabilities should be measured against the standards that are in their IEP. And so if their IEP requires or calls for a certain gain in reading or certain gain in mathematics, then the students take, for the most part, the same tests that everybody else takes. And then they have a growth goal that is targeted to where they started the year to ensure that they continue to make progress, because they're eligible to attend school through age 23 to try to make sure they go as far as they can possibly go.
Thank you.
Ms. Waters?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Reverend Mack?
No question.
So when we're talking about the funding, not the source, are you saying that in goal number 3, it's going to cost 1.8 million, or goal number 3 is going to be 1.8 million plus 500,000 plus 536,000?
The latter, those are commitments that are currently made, ma'am, or intended to be made. So right now we have within the acceleration for leading educators combined with general operating funds that were approved by the board for acceleration schools plus Title I monies. That's a 1.8 million per year for next year, tentatively on their initial proposal. UVA is a renewal from previous years. I believe that's going to be a 2-year number. And then the team estimate is the cost of the investment that we made in the acceleration schools team.
So to do these goals next year under priority 1 from a combination of funds, not always GOF, but it's about $4.3 million. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Green?
I want someone, I don't know if Eric, this first priority that is going to be led by the board. Can somebody tell me what we're doing? I mean, we aren't discussing that, and when it says being led by the board,
Yeah, why
I
don't we,
assume staff is not going to address that, but what does that?
well, why, can we come back to that? Because so we can finish, we'll come back to that one. Okay?
Yep.
All right, so so now we're going to, any other questions for Ms. Simmons or Dr. Williams? We're going to talk then about acceleration, any changes to the document to,
COVID recovery.
yep. Well, I'm sorry, y'all talked, was there any other changes? I'm sorry, my bad. Under acceleration schools or kindergarten readiness, nothing else to the document. Okay,
I have one quick question.
yep, Ms. Herterick?
Is strategy D under goal 3, is that being eliminated?
It's already been done.
It's already been done. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so now,
I just have one other question.
yep,
And when can we see the percentages? Is that forthcoming?
It's forthcoming. That's why I said we're working on it now.
okay. So Ms. Belcher, we're going to talk about the COVID recovery plan.
So the changes to this particular goal, there's a couple. One is that originally our goal had been that we would close the COVID achievement gap across the system. As we reported at a previous board meeting, there was not a system-wide COVID achievement gap. It's a targeted gap with some subsets of students and some schools. Thus, we believe the individual targets that are set by individual schools around growth and proficiency will cover that. But so that's one change. The academic goals that Ms. Simmons and Dr. Williams reviewed would cover the COVID piece. But the second change is we added goal number 1. We're going to open for 100% of CCSD schools for in-person instruction. We want to make sure that we're calling out that we will be reporting out on this to the board throughout the rest of the year, and want to make sure that that's on all of our collective radar screens, because that will be a big lift of this collective team. The other changes are taking a stab at outlining specifically some of the money sources that we will use. This is primarily ESSER funds under COVID recovery. And we did articulate more measurable targets on how we would measure success around the SEL goal, specifically a reduction in chronic absenteeism, improvement and reduction in out-of-school discipline consequences, and an improvement in student well-being as measured by the Panorama survey. Those are the big changes under the COVID recovery priority.
Okay, so does anybody have any questions under the so priority 2, COVID recovery plan? Ms. Coates?
I think one of the things that was extraordinarily powerful when we were first discussing this, and the board gave you lots of reason to believe it was a good goal, was by the fall of 2023, the COVID achievement gap has been closed. I don't see that goal. I do see academic goals and percentage increases, but it just seems like that's a bellwether goal that are we not making that a bellwether goal anymore and assuming that the gap will close if we meet the growth percentages?
Well, I think our assumption initially, ma'am, when we set that goal before we'd had the map data to look at in the aggregate as well as end of course data, was that we would see a big dip to previous years across the entire system, so that we would say this is where CCSD was prior to COVID, this is where CCSD is now, and this is where we're going to be by 2023. As you know, which is a good thing, we did not see that system-wide level change. We do see real challenges at particular grade levels, subject areas, and within schools. To capture the nuance of where the COVID recovery gaps are, we're going to have to do school by school reporting, and thus the school by school goals are going to be the ones that matter.
Sure, and I agree that you have to target your actions, but your goal can still be that none of those schools have an achievement gap by the fall of 2023. We're talking goals versus strategies versus actions. So yeah, even though some schools don't have that achievement gap, some do. So will we have closed the COVID achievement gap system-wide, even for the ones that didn't need it, by fall of 2023?
We're thinking about it differently because we had some achievement gaps that predated COVID. So rather than try to set goals that are interim measures towards the big measure, which is overall closing the gap, we just want to close the gap. So we didn't set, which you could, an interim target. What we are going to try to do is, because all of these strategies are financial investments, largely through federal funds from ESSER, we are going to track return on investment of the strategies. So that's less to the point of individual student movement or school system movement. But if we're doing something like high dosage tutoring, can we show that it was worth that investment of federal dollars? For two reasons. One, obviously to hold ourselves accountable for public money. But second, if it is a strategy that's really moving the needle for kids, it may be something that we come back to this board in 2 years and ask for general operating funds to be able to continue that work if it's making a difference for kids at scale.
So then basically we're just taking COVID out, which I think is great. We're just taking COVID out of the equation and saying, we're going to change, we're going to fix this achievement gap problem, period, whether it was caused by COVID or existed before. We're not talking COVID anymore. We're going to fix the problem.
Well, that's our larger aim as set by annual targets that are SMART goals about what can be attained within a given year based on metrics. The challenge, as all of you know, is student achievement is not that easy to measure. So we want to get to a place where we're keeping our focus on individual schools' progress and proficiency. The school level targets seem like the best way to go. But obviously, if the board has other ideas, this is just a challenging thing to figure out how best to hold ourselves accountable, but also ease the management so we're not lost in data. Our focus is on what's improving student learning.
No, I agree. I think that you're going for a bigger goal. Forget the COVID loss. We're going to fix the achievement gap, period, in some time frame.
All right, any other questions on Dr. Frazier on the recovery plan?
Yes, and maybe it's just me, but I'm having difficulty following this. And I do write proposals and submit various diagrams. I guess you can't hear me here.
Yes, ma'am,
But-
you're good.
But I'm looking at, just say priority 3.
No, we're
We're not in
I'm
priority
just
3
saying
yet.
with whatever priority.
We're on priority 2.
Okay, we can do 2, 3, whatever. But the layout that I'm accustomed to looking at is that you state your goal. And then after you state your goal, then you state your strategy. And then in your next section, then you place your evaluation. And I'm having some difficulty trying to find your evaluation for each goal. I do see your goals, I see your strategies, and then I'm looking for some evaluations in your last. I guess it has to do with just how it's set up.
I think that's right, ma'am. And the fact that what we're saying is for COVID, student achievement targets are the way we're going to measure progress. So if you look at priority 2, there is a metric right under goal 3. So our goal there is to provide all CCS students with access to mental health services and social emotional supports, resulting in improved student well-being and increased time in school. And then underneath that, you can see the metrics, like we want to see a reduction in chronic absenteeism, improvement and reduction of out-of-school discipline consequences, and improvement in student well-being as measured by a survey. So there's the goal, there's the metric. With student achievement, you have to go back to the first goal because it's all the same targets. It's the readiness goal, the performance goals, and the proficiency goals. So it's trickier because we're talking about a wide range of kids that are measured in different ways by different tests at different grade levels.
Okay, Dr. French?
I actually want to come back to what Ms. Close was talking about, because when I hear COVID gap, I thought you meant the learning loss that happens for some students during this COVID time. So to me, it seems important to have a firm date on a goal to catch back up what they lost and get them back on track, as opposed to, and that could be within the overall closing the achievement gap between different groups of people. Does that make sense?
Dr. Postway?
Thank you. So that we don't lose the essence of this, because it was never our intent to lose the essence, why don't, between now and the board meeting on the 22nd, under the readiness goals in priority 1, where we describe the academic improvement, why don't we add a measure there that talks about closing the pre-COVID gap for students who were impacted by learning loss? That addresses that concern so that no one thinks we've lost sight of that, while still keeping the larger goal to move all students forward. That's an easy modification to make. And since 2 of you have pointed it out, it's actually my fault that it was removed from the document, because I thought that it wasn't. I was fearful that because so many of our students haven't suffered any learning loss, it wouldn't challenge all the students. So I see why it's creating confusion. I suggest we just go back and put it back in under priority 1 as one of the goals.
All right, so
Okay,
does that meet what?
My concern, just, and it's on you guys because we're going to be watching the work, is that now we're looking at goal creep. We had a very tight set of goals and procedures and strategies that were going to be hard to do. There were actually conversations about, the bandwidth to do them. Now we're kind of keep adding goals. I was okay with what Dr. Belcher said. I'll defer to Dr. French, but I still want to be careful that we don't just keep saying, okay, we're going to add one more goal, or okay, we're going to add one more goal, because I don't want it to become that behemoth document that we've dealt with in the past.
It doesn't actually add a goal. To your very fine point, it simply clarifies for everyone that it certainly would be our intent to close the pre-COVID, the gap between where students were pre-COVID and where they are now. And again, to express our concern, it is that pre-COVID, one of a board member said it, I think Ms. Coakley may have pointed this out. Kids weren't okay before COVID hit. They were underperforming then. So it's not enough to say that's what we're going to accomplish and that's all we're going to accomplish. So that was the dilemma. But we'll put it back in here to clarify that is at least what we expect, but the job isn't done.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions on the COVID recovery plan? All right, does somebody want to just walk us through real quick on talent, any changes that we made you all made from the previous document?
Certainly. There have been no changes made on the talent piece of what has already been presented. I certainly can entertain questions. I will say that this Thursday, I have, I think, 4 board members signed up to review the compensation structure and talk a little more about the market data and what we've done over the prior, I guess, 5 years. I can certainly extend that and offer another session if needed. I think we actually offered 3 sessions, so I have 4 board members attending one on Thursday.
Okay, so any questions or comments or input from board members on the talent priority? Ms. Waters?
Mr. Brigman, thank you so much. And I am interested in another session. I responded that time didn't work well.
Okay.
And was going to receive the recording, but I'd love to be able to actually sit in real time. So if you do offer another session, I'd
I
appreciate
will
it.
make sure to invite you to one.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments or input on the talent piece? Okay, Bill, Mr. Brigman, I'd like to be included too if we can make it work. But,
Certainly, I'll reach out
schedule-
to both of you and Mrs. Coates as well.
And me too.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right.
Thank you, yes.
Okay, so then priority 4, which is in highlighted or grayed out, we've already discussed that, and that'll come to us at the board meeting. And then priority 5, communication and engagement with the community. Ms. Taylor, any hot
Yes,
changes or?
Just one inclusion. What we did was we wanted to add an additional strategy where we would implement an engagement process where we would listen and have dialogue with stakeholders as we prepare for the 2022 5-year plan. So we just wanted to fold that into the work that we plan to do.
Okay, so which one is, where is?
Under goal 2, strategy A was
Okay.
added.
Okay. Okay, does anybody have any questions about priority 5? Any questions, comments, input on communication and engagement with community, priority 5?
I don't have one on priority 5, but I do want to go back very quickly to one Dr. Postlewaite just clarified about the achievement gap and how we include that goal back into that process. I believe Ms. Coates and Dr. French raising a high alarming question or point of view as to the gap that was there prior to COVID and the current gap that currently exists now. I just ask that as I listen to the dialogues that we really take a deeper dive into really defining the steps and the goals and the strategy and how we're going to accomplish that method with just not just with an overview, but more of an in-depth look at to how we're really going to approach that, because the margin is only going to get bigger as we move forward because of COVID. But I believe in the discussion, we were talking about how we close the COVID piece of it. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of how big this has really grown and has become to be. But we really need to really define it down to the point of where we are able to clearly look at the measurable opportunities to say how this is going to happen over the course of the next 2 years or 3 years, and be able to see it now versus how we will be able to measure those steps as we go along. This is important. The whole concept is important, but it is even greater now that we're in the COVID situation. I don't want to belabor the point, but it is something that is highly noted that we really need to make sure that we focus in on.
Okay, yeah, Ms. Waters.
In a different lane, just a comment on the entire package is that I know this was asked and answered last time with regard to cultural competence and DEI work. I did see it explicitly stated in the academic improvement piece, and I know Mr. Brigman has some goals in his department for increasing teachers of color numbers. But what traditionally happens when you decide that you're going to try to weave things through without explicitly stating it is that it sort of gets half done. And so one of the things, and I think everybody here knows that I'm a big proponent of cultural competency, and even would love for the whole board to go to REI, to the Racial Equity Institute, because I really think it needs to lead from the top down. But I think the truth of the matter is that we could create a whole other system tomorrow and it would function the same because the issue is structural and it's in our values and our thoughts. And so I would just really love to see a much stronger push for DEI work. I know that Mr. Kennedy is going to have a new staff member coming on soon, but the concern is that if there is not a target in each department, that person won't have any accountability or anything to hold everyone else accountable for. And so I just want to note that. I'm not suggesting that it become an additional priority, but that it's stated explicitly somewhere that there's accountability for cultural competency and really seeing it grow, not just creating choice in the schools, but changing the mindsets, the approaches that humans take to their work, because that's the only thing, in my humble opinion, that's going to make a difference.
So are you thinking maybe then, as we have noted that in a couple of places, making sure that we've got that?
Yeah, I mean, I
strategy.
think it's important to do it, but since there's a staff member coming,
Right.
maybe that person wants to be able to create some of that, and that is fine too. But I want to make sure that I note it and state it for the record, that we need to see some transformational change happen with this new office, and that their work needs to be supported by this document here.
Now, I think I completely understand, because a lot of the strategies have, and they're strategies, but they say increase, create, monitor, and we're looking for action steps. 10% will, and that's why I praised Ms. Taylor. She was the only one that gave us any concrete things that will change when she does the strategies, is this percent. So I know exactly what you're talking about, and I support that as well. Particularly when you think about the first three things that have to do with educating our children, from the hiring of the staff to the education, is a $39 million ask above last year. I'm assuming these are new monies when you put them over here in your cost. Certainly in teachers you are. And maybe not new money in the sense of the UVA, but that's a $39 million nut. We want to see some very good results, regardless of where the money came from. I took that Dr. Belcher, from the priority 1 is 4.3, priority 2 is 4.0, and then Mr. Brigman came in. This is $31 million.
So just as a reminder, the board had several $1 million set aside for mission critical, and because COVID hit, we were not able to expend those
Oh,
funds.
no, I don't think that there's a problem
so
with the amounts or the ask, just that I'm with Ms. Waters, that we're going to want to see what is being actually done, and we're going to want to see how what was actually done next year turned into something different at the end of the year, tangibly.
Understood. Just wanted to clarify, we're not asking, that's not all new money.
Yeah. All right, any other questions or comments? And then, we're at about 30 minutes, and our goal was 35, so just wanted to tell y'all where we were. So Dr. Frazier, then Dr. French.
Okay, because my only comment here is that out of the document, usually when you set up your goals and your strategies, and then your next line is your evaluation piece. And so I'm confused because I'm accustomed to seeing it in another vein. You have your priorities, and then you have your goals, and then you have your strategies, and then you have your evaluation. In by whatever time we will whatever. And maybe I'm confused because it seems to be, I don't see that evaluation piece, and I'll get with someone to show me how it's supposed to be in here, because here I'm seeing the goals, and then under the goals, the measuring piece and all of that. But in order for us to understand it, we need to see the priority. Then we look at the goals. Then you look at the strategies. And then you look at your evaluation piece. Or is it because I'm behind the times now? Has things changed as the way you present these documents to folks?
No, ma'am. The policy calls for the board to present goals to the administration by November. And then we build the strategies and the evaluation measures from that. So we're trying to make sure we're solid with the board on what your goals and priorities are.
Mm-hmm.
And when we know exactly, the board is comfortable that the goals and priorities are what you want to focus on in the next 19 months and 2 weeks,
Mm-hmm.
Then we will further refine and develop. These are the ways we think that this is the problem as we've defined it. This is the challenge. Here's the strategy to address that problem. Here is the evidence that you should see. If we do X, you should see Y. It's that level of specificity we need to get to, as well as budgeting the specifics. But it's the fact that the budget we're on top of the budget season. So we definitely need goals, priorities, and then at the same time we're working on the budget, we're working to refine these evaluation pieces. Is that helpful?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thanks.
Dr. French?
Yes, I second her confusion and thanks for explaining that. Shoot. I had a good question, I promise. Well, I just want to make sure we don't forget this. Oh, I know
I'm coming back to it.
I know what it was. For instance, getting back to what Ms. Waters brought up, for instance, we've talked about having restorative practices as training or orientation for all of our staff so that we're doing that. Those goals are not in here. And it seems like that's an important strategy for getting to some of the cultural issues we're talking about, right?
Right.
Would you agree?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't, when you said excuse me, I didn't know if you were going to speak or you wanted me to.
I was out of order.
Oh. Well, I mean, I think that's a piece that belongs in the academic section of the plan, but then I think there are things, and like, for instance, Ms. Taylor pointed out, engaging stakeholders and talked about a plan for getting people back in the door who haven't been in before. It's the kind of work that I feel like needs to happen, but at the same time, can we call it what it is that we're trying to do and then measure it exactly, is really my question, because I think it is showing up in places, but I just want to make sure that, if we say we're going to administer cultural competence, how many teachers are actually going to go through training next year? How many district level personnel are going to go through training next year? How many people who typically we do not engage with are we going to re-engage next year? I just think it will go a long way toward building trust and a relationship really with the community.
Thank you.
Dr. Postwood?
I was just going to say, it's a matter of granularity. It is part of the package for all, I mean, for example, 100% of personnel are required to go through the training. The question is, what happens as a result? What are we seeing that's occurring differently for children? What would the indicators be that we've actually made some progress in shifting perspectives, worldview, willingness to change the system, the aspects of the system that are by their very nature unfair. So that's really hard work. And I think that that's the work that we'd like to talk about in terms of the board's goal.
Yep. Okay. Reverend Matt, do you want to talk about the Charleston County Promise, or do you want me to do that?
It doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, I can start and you can add to it.
Okay.
Add to it, okay. So Ms. Green asked about what we originally were kind of talking about as the Long Beach Promise, because Long Beach, California is the place that is doing this, and we looked at, could we do the same kind of thing in Charleston? And I may not say it as eloquently as somebody else might say it, but I think what we're talking about with this kind of an opportunity is, can we as a board, in the 22 months that we have left before November 22, really take a leadership role in working with municipalities and wonderful institutions like Trident Technical College, Mary Thornley, thank you. I know, shout out to Dr. Thornley, and the College of Charleston, and those to put pieces in place and work together so that our students are ready for a job or are ready to go to college. And we have so many of, like, the success of early college says to me, we've got to expand that. We've got to do more of that. And I'm sure all know kids who couldn't go to college because they didn't have the resources to apply. They didn't have a little coaching to do some of that. So it's kind of taking the work that we're doing now, K through 12, partnering with a number of different entities to really make a difference in helping our kids to get employed and be able to go to school when they want to do that. And so, yes, this is something that we, the 9 of us, would need to say, yes, we want to do it. Definitely is not something we would be doing on our own. Staff would be supporting our efforts. But I think staff wants to know, are we behind an effort like this? Do we want to tackle something like this in working with other, the city, of North Charleston, Mount Pleasant, the county, city of Charleston, the schools? So does that answer your question, Joyce?
Yeah, partially.
Okay. Reverend Mack, you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think it's important to know when we talk about promise, the key word there is promise, and that is the effort that we're making or that the statement that we're making to the community as a whole, to the stakeholders, to the parents, to the students, to all of our legislators and everyone that plays a part in shaping what the community and society will look like. We, as the board of Charleston County School, are making that promise that we're going to educate every child. And I want to use just for an example of the fact that we make a promise that we're going to close the achievement gap that has so long lingered for a period of time. We're going to make a promise that we're going to put the resources, we're going to put the effort, we're going to put the strategies, we're going to put the goals, we're going to put the priorities, we're going to put everything in place to make it work efficiently for every student within the district. We will shape what the society will look like in the future to come. We will shape what our community look like. We will shape the fact that the students that that leave our building, graduating from high school, whether they go into college or whether they start into the work arena, that they'll be well equipped and ready to go into any one of those sectors. We are making a promise that we are going to turn out students that are leaving our buildings are able to read, write, and be able to function as an adult. These are promises that we're making on the onset that we're willing to take the challenge. And this is going to be a lot of work. It's going to require a lot of effort on our part. And I believe if we lead this challenge, if we lead this initiative, we will be able to measure as we get years down the road what this promise would have produced in the end in our students. Now, we should have said, one will say to themselves, and this is something that we should have done long time ago, right? But the gap is still there. The gap is even widening. I don't want to use COVID as an excuse for trying to find a way of closing another gap on top of a gap that was already there, because it's only gotten widened. But we're making a promise to say that no matter where you live, whatever your zip code is, you're going to get that same resources. You're going to get the same additive that's needed to produce a high quality education in the school in which you leave. That's the promise that we're making.
So, preach it, Reverend Mack.
I'll send the offering plate.
But, and that's a very eloquent way of putting we can change the community, but I think we have to go into this with our eyes wide open. If you look at the goals that they have, we've all had these goals before. Just because we promised to do these isn't going to make this happen. And just because it's got somebody else's title at the top and we substitute in Charleston County, we have always said we're going to increase the number of high school students participating in work experience internships. We have always said we were going to provide a world-class education from preschool to graduate. So while this is a great starting point and I fully support this, it's not that, Reverend Mack. We've already promised that 1,000 times over. We've got to get in here and find out how they kept that promise. And I think that's really going to be pretty exciting when and it's going to cost some money. We have to say that at the beginning, because this is college tuition involved in this. This is having higher education. And I think it's a worthy thing for the board to take on and do the work and be very open about what it's going to take and what we have to do different than we have. But if you look at the partners, they're higher education and they're the city, we're going to need them. There's people in here that have committed tuition, and we have to spend more money on as a district on certain things. And I think that that is worthy. But the difference is if you go down into number 2, talk about the fact that people are going to come into these schools and start talking about how to do college applications. These are people, they're going to be people that are coming into the, California State University is promising to offer assistance with people on how to apply for college. And I think those are great, great things. Make no mistake, the world gets changed, but we're going to have a whole lot of tangible work we're going to have to do to make this happen.
I will say the reason I'm willing to say this is something we ought to do, because I think that there is one thing that's different. And I think the difference is that we have 9 elected school board members who care about student achievement all the time, all day long. And I think we could actually work together to make this happen. But let's go around and see questions. So Dr. Frazier, any questions, comments?
I just have a comment.
Yep.
I support the idea. It is truly working in the Hollywood area where Trident Tech, our students are going to Trident Tech and taking those courses. And I'd like to see us continue this effort and, if at all possible, expand it because it is working for our students.
Great, that's good information. Dr. French.
I think there's a sort of a hidden equity piece in this where we talk about, and I'm hoping like strategy C is, it sounds like look within to see what we could improve in our district aside from the partnerships. And I think that in terms of guidance counselors at different schools, I think sometimes that we easily fall into the trap of, well, this population of students only wants to hear about these opportunities. And we always have to be open to the differences within every school community and make sure that students are aware of all of the possibilities available to them.
Very good point. Ms. Green? Good, all right.
Are
Ms.
you,
Herbert?
are you proposing an ad hoc committee since this is a board-led initiative?
I don't think, we hadn't gotten that far yet. I think it's, if we approve this as a part of our goals, then we'll need to figure out how we would do that.
Thank you.
I would say that's a good point. The good point too of making sure that we're setting the guidelines and the tools that the promise that we're going to make and how we need to define those. So that's not a bad idea. So stay tuned for March 22nd.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Coakley?
I just want to say that after listening and I'm looking at the priorities, and at first I walked into this like, what did I walk into? But as I come to a better understanding, and like Reverend Mack said, we have to go in it and we look at it differently. We can spend all the money that we want, but I guess I came in as to be the elephant in the room, We have to look at, when we're looking at where we're spending our money and prioritizing and trying to close the gap in education, it did go way before COVID. So I'm not looking at how any of this is working until we look at how we get people to really feel the way they feel about people. And I guess I'm just going to say racism, it plays a big part. And I'm just going to say it. When I walk through these schools, when I walk in this boardroom, and I'll just hate to say it, I feel the same out of place when I walk in Mount Pleasant, or sometimes when I walk downtown. And the only thing I'm going to say is that we're worrying about our children getting into colleges and getting them educated and acclimated, but our children shouldn't, what about being able to actually communicate and socialize with people of different and ethnic backgrounds? So when, like Courtney said, I think racial equity and cultural competence, it goes much beyond the board. I think we should start at the top, and teachers, I think we all should be investing in racial equity and cultural competence before we spend a lot more money into trying to get these kids in school. So we can make them learn all day. But if the heart's not there to really be able to get along with other people, then all of this is just going to be a continued waste. And I thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Coates?
I would ask, because this type of structural work with short-term planning, long-term planning, we need, for lack of a better word, is there someone that can help us lead this work? Because there has to be a to-do list. I mean, there has to be a task list, and this is really going to start outside of CCSD. It's got to start with the municipalities buying in. This is, so that requires meetings with those individuals. And I think we ought to very quickly put some timeframes on when this board completes those meetings. We've got 7 municipalities inside our district.
That's true. I'm sure there are people that can do that.
Stay tuned.
Ms. Waters,
No
any comments? Yeah. Reverend Matt?
No.
Okay, so any other comments or input, thoughts, so we can go ahead and get a motion to approve the priorities and goals for 2021-23?
So this is it.
This is it.
Not
Yep,
going to
except
change
the
in
one-
format. It's not
the
going
one-
to change in words.
The
This
one
is it.
change is going to be the piece that Dr. Postlewaite talked about in priority 1, about talking about the pre-COVID achievement gap.
If we approve this today, when do we get to Courtney's phase where there's actual strategies that go beyond something that says create?
Dr. Post?
Yeah.
That's staff question.
So some of it's in progress now, but to be very specific, you're going to see some of it in the budget development. You have to because you're talking about next year's investments. You'll see actual actions occurring by July 1.
Well, when are we going to see the actual actions and tangible goals in writing? When is it not going to say continue to make progress and start saying by fall or by December mid-year percentage wise? When is, because my fear is we approve this and you guys, we approve this, we think it means something, and then you come in and fill in other things or say this is a program that you kind of approved when you kind of approved the goals. I want to make sure that we don't veer off on the same page. This doesn't say what you're going to do, and it doesn't say how much of it you're going to do, much to Ms. Waters' point.
Some of it does, some of it doesn't.
Right, so that was my question is, if we approve this, when do we approve the next step?
So I think part of it is the difference between the what and the how.
Well, the what, that's what I'm saying, but we don't have a lot of what's either. We have a lot of create. That's not a what.
All right, well, let Dr. Postlewaite answer your question.
So I think one of the questions is how we find the comfortable place between the times the board has had too much to look at, and you said it's too much, and perhaps it's too much, not well organized or not organized in a format that the board might have recognized. And the work we do every day, the reference you gave is work that's underway every single day,
Right.
Closing the achievement gap. That's what we're doing now. It's a matter, I think, of granularity. How much detail do you want to see? And that's easily pulled out of staff members' work plans now, Mrs. Coates. So if we get agreement on the priority, the goal, and these main strategies, all of the work plans and the evaluations of everyone you see in this room and many others fit right up under that. And you can see whatever level of detail you want.
I don't think it's, I'm probably asking this wrong because here's some great ones. Adoption of a creative curricula for all Head Start pre-K classrooms. Create at least 2 models of rigorous early childhood programs. Those are strategies that we're going to know whether you did it or not because it's either going to have 0 or 2 completed. But create an acceleration team focused on regularly coaching key leaders and monitoring progress. How do we know? What does that look like? It doesn't sound as much of a strategy as the 3 I just said.
Okay, I see your question. What would you like? Would you like us to refine it between now and March 22nd to say, so that the ambiguous language is not there? Or do you want us
I would defer to the rest of the board. I think Ms. Waters was the first one that pointed out there were some of those in there. I mean, it's up to the board. It's ultimately going to be a vote, but if the board approves this as is, are you going to make creating an acceleration team focused on regularly coaching into something more tangible?
So since you're asking what the rest of the board thinks, I, as a board member, I think our focus needs to be on what the priority is, what the goal is. There probably are some strategies that could have some more specificity to it, but the how, all the way down the line is their job, not our job. So, I mean, I'd be fine if staff wants to put some more specificity to that as you're talking about, but I think we don't need to spend too much more time on that. We need to spend the time getting those things done.
So, and I think this is a great discussion. So in your mind, the strategy is a how, and the goal is the goal.
Correct.
So if we see annual schools meeting a 1% growth target, have they met the goal that we just approved?
I have to go back. Well, I
So
mean,
that's kind of what I'm asking is, you know, and.
well, they haven't filled in what those are.
Right,
gonna
so
be.
when
That-
will-
yeah.
To ask.
Okay.
And goal number 3 just says they'll meet or exceed their annual performance goals. At what point do we get to, you know, and you're right, I understand that we don't do it, but how do we monitor it if we don't know what we're supposed
All
to be
right,
seeing?
Dr. Postway, sorry.
The board did establish the annual performance goals. You have them established, you voted on them. We didn't have the metrics from last spring to fill in because of COVID. So we would bring those specific numbers back to you just as quickly as we have the metrics.
Okay, all right.
I'd just like to make it. Anytime you submit a proposal, I want to say this again. You have your goal, then you have your strategy, then you have your evaluation, and then you have your cost. And I think what we're all talking about is that piece, that evaluation piece. How do we know that you have done what you say that you're going to do? And I think that would clarify a lot of the concerns that we're having right now. And that's that evaluation piece that needs to be included in this.
Thank you. For the most part, that's listed under the goals, but it could certainly use some refinement. So we will work on that. Thank you.
All right.
That's going to answer it.
Okay, all right. Do I have a motion on this item?
All right, I'll make a motion.
Okay, Dr. French?
I move to approve the proposed priorities, goals, and strategies outlined in this draft. And I would like to see the staff bring back the evaluation metrics to us by the end of the fiscal year so that we know how to evaluate progress.
Okay, do I have a second for that motion?
I have a second, and my apologies, but I've never done this before. Actually, I think I have a friendly amendment and
Okay.
a question. The question to clear up the amendment, you said the end of the fiscal year. Is that too much time to go
Okay.
by? I'm just wondering if we can adjust the time.
I think so.
So the end of the fiscal year, you mean the end, hold on.
End of June is what I was thinking.
21.
Right.
If staff agree that they would expect to be able to do that before that, I think that would be fair.
Okay,
I honestly don't know how to do it before that because we won't have the metrics of this year's growth on that piece of it. Now, we can get sharper on other elements of the evaluation, but in terms of how much growth is expected or how much better actual achievement we would want to see, we won't know that until we have the end of year assessments.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we have a motion from Dr. French and you second it.
I had a question and now I have a friendly amendment.
Okay,
That we also add in that all of those things, but also that we have a plan for how we're going to move beyond this point that we are now in cultural competency. And we can talk about what the language looks like, but I do think we need to see something come back that will speak to what that progress is going to be.
so would it be okay, like what you said earlier, a stronger push or target for cultural competency? Is that what you're looking for?
I would like to see more of exactly how it will fit into each
I got it.
section of the plan. So I don't think a separate target, but how it will fit into each of the sections that exist.
And that turns into your evaluation.
Hold on.
Well, I was going to try to restate it as well.
I know.
Yeah, so if that's okay, I was going to say, as a friendly amendment to include within each priority area, specific targets for building cultural competency in the district.
That sounds beautiful.
Perfect.
That would be
That's good.
adding a goal in each area, which I think is fine, but it needs to be a goal, not a strategy, so we know when we've done it or not done it.
Well, should it be a goal and not a strategy?
Well,
So
I
that's a
don't,
good
hold
question.
on, one at a time. I think you were, what I heard Ms. Waters say is incorporating it into the goals that we have. So it could be a strategy. It could be something that, right? Could it not be a strategy?
So one, I don't think any of this is done well if cultural competency is
Not done.
not a piece. So I think it's fine to be a strategy under each.
Okay.
But I'm also open if you all have.
Okay, so, all right, so we have a motion, and then a second. Julie, do you have that motion? Okay, and let me just ask, Dr. Postaway, is there anything in that motion that's not doable for staff?
No.
Okay.
I think we understand precisely.
Okay, so
how to approach it.
any questions or comments about the motion?
Can we see the motion in its entirety, just to make sure we
Yeah.
understand what we're,
Uh-huh.
So we're
Julia-
talking about the same thing.
Julia, pop it up there, all right? So any questions or comments on the motion?
I just have a quick question. It
Yeah.
seems like we all agree with the priorities and the goals, but there needs to be more clarity on the strategies and the systems that we're putting in place to accomplish the goals. So can we approve the priorities and goal to give the staff lead time to develop the budget and come back to the strategies and the systems that we're putting in place?
We could, I mean, that's up for y'all to decide. Personally, I'm fine, again, because we're, as a board, we should be approving the priorities and the goals and the strategies or the how. So I'm okay with doing it this way. If y'all would rather, if the majority of the board would rather just approve the priorities and goals, because again, we want everybody working on the strategies, but it's up to you. So that's a
Ms.
question.
Darby,
Eric, Ms. Coakley?
Darby,
Yep,
there's a motion on the floor.
yep,
It's been second.
yep.
Are we discussing this motion or are we discussing something outside of this motion?
We're discussing the motion. We are. So,
I guess the question becomes, is that motion addressing what Ms. Hedrick just said?
right,
she's
so
asking if
does
we need
that-
to shift
so-
the motion.
Right.
Lauren's
sorry.
question was, could we, basically what you're saying is in that motion, should it just say approve priorities and goals and take out the strategy part and we continue, staff continues to work on strategy?
Yeah, I'll give you one example, like
Right, I know, she's discussing the motion.
I'll just give you one example. So the board priority of the Charleston Promise, a strategy potentially is putting an ad hoc committee in place. And that needs to be discussed or determined of how this is going to be a board priority. I agree with the goal. I agree that it's a priority, but not clear the systems that are going to be put in place to accomplish this. And so that's what I need more clarity on, is the system and the strategies.
So if I
All right,
may,
hold on one sec. All right, Ms. Coakley?
Your question? Like,
Yeah, do you have a question or a
oh,
comment?
no, I mean, all of it's important to me. The
Okay, good.
strategy, the goals, it's all important to me.
All right, okay, Cindy, and then I'll come
So
back.
Lauren, and that's what a workshop and a committee meeting is for, is so that we can communicate with each other about this. So I'm responding directly to you. You and I've had these conversations multiple times. I know what you're saying. If we don't know what they're doing, then we literally have to wait till the end, and they either did or did not increase kindergarten readiness, and they can't tell us why or why not it happened. But I think this is enough and include these strategies, but we should continue to ask them, how is this happening? I see what you're saying, because you want to be able to say in February, you see tangible actions that they said would lead to this, and they can't give you a tangible action that was going to do it. You're not going to know whether it's happening. I think we can define and get that more granular while approving these as they are and continue to discuss them. Plus, this
I
is a
agree.
committee meeting. It can be, this isn't in stone till March 22nd. Maybe it gives you a little bit more time to see something you would like in the strategies before we vote on it as a formal board. Because I understand where you're headed, but I think this is close enough for committee.
Okay, Dr. Frazier, and then I'll keep going this way.
And I'd like to, how do I add into this motion that we include the priorities, the goals, the strategies, and the evaluation piece?
Yeah,
Because,
It's in the motion.
It's in the motion.
Okay.
Yeah, she added that.
Okay.
She
But I don't
did.
see it in the-
Staff to bring back evaluation measures
by the end of the
back
fiscal
by the
year.
end of the fiscal year. So they will be. So, all right, Dr. French, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. So, and should we say the end of this current
Yeah,
fiscal
we
year?
need this,
Current fiscal
this
year.
fiscal, by the end of this fiscal year. So June 2021.
Yeah, I feel like, to address Ms. Herdrick's question, I think if we don't go ahead and try to get these strategies approved, with any modifications we see at the March 22nd meeting, it will be much harder to get the budget
Yeah.
on track.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
That's
that means
why I
we
would
can't add
include that.
Okay, Ms. Green.
I don't know if this pertains to the motion, but since number one is included in the motion, and to Lauren's point, the strategies, I'm assuming, are gonna be something that we, board members, are gonna have to do on number one. So we aren't looking to a staff to come back to us until we've identified that. And I just wanna make sure, once we agree on this, that the next step will be to put something in place so that, because I'm sure what I think I'm hearing from staff is, okay, you guys agree to that, it's take it and run with it.
No, I don't think they're looking for us to take it and run with it. I think they are looking for all 9 of us to completely buy into it and work on it, but they're not saying y'all are on your own and you get to do it by
I'm being
yourself.
on our own,
Okay.
but.
We
okay,
wouldn't get it
okay.
done. Yeah, okay. All right, any other questions?
Yeah, just to Ms. Green's, just to Ms. Green's point, you're absolutely correct. So with hopes at the March 22nd meeting to be able to establish a ad hoc committee to be able to begin some of this work so that we can have a full engagement into this.
Which would kind of lend to the fact that strategies approved today, we're going to add on to that because the ad hoc committee is clearly going to come back with some strategies. So the strategy piece can continue to morph.
Okay, we're ready to vote? All right, let's vote. Oh, Ms. Green, you voted? Okay.
I had to read it
We're glad you did. We're glad you did. Okay, so that motion passes. Thanks. That was super productive conversation. Thanks to the staff for working on it. And that was really productive. I appreciate it. Okay, next item.
Madam Chair, we have this thing called the Bridges and Open Court Phonics Expansion Timeline. Is there anything that the district was going to present about that, or is it just embedded in there for us to pull out and read?
It was just responding to board members' requests on what's the plan, which of these mathematics and, well, English language arts is the first thing listed. So Ms. Belcher and her staff created the document that shows you the status of every school and the rollout.
So like for Bell Hall, where it says Creative Curriculum Open Court K2 and then something called ZERN, that's for this year, and then next year's blank. Is the assumption this is it and they'll keep doing it forever? Or because other ones have those filled in and some are blank for this next coming year?
So the ZERN will probably go away because that was an interim strategy that we used this year because it's more friendly for online. So we just updated it as of current, and we did not project out for where we would be next year. So it does not include any new ELA adoption. And as you can see, if it says K2, it's up to grade second. So there's further grade rollouts to 3rd and 4th grade to get to full implementation on some of those curricula.
Based on this document, you're not doing that next year at that school because it's blank. 21, 22.
That's right. There's no addition for the following year. That's the same curriculum as what they had currently. Thank you, ma'am. Yep.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the Strategic Education Committee, item 4, and we're a little bit about half an hour behind. So
Thanks, Ms.
Kirby?
Darby. We have 3 items on the agenda today. The first up is 4A, an early college high school update. Ms. Belcher?
I'm actually going to defer to Ms. Denny, who's presenting the update on early college high school.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Darby, Reverend Dr. Mack, Ms. Waters, board members, and Dr. Posta-Wade. Thank you for the invitation to come share a bit about our special little school today. So we're going to share some information about student outcomes at ECHS. that we've been able to celebrate since our inception in 2017, none of which would be possible without the deep commitment from Dr. Thornley, Dr. Almquist, Dean Hook, Assistant Vice President Stowasser, countless other deans and department heads, as well as course instructors. So TTC has been a full partner with Charleston County School District in ensuring that the students at ECHS experience success.
Ms. Denny, can you speak up just a little bit into the microphone? Thank you.
It's my height.
There you go.
All right. It has been humbling to witness Trident Tech's practices of serving students first, partnership in this pandemic, deep commitment to student needs, and collaboration to commitment to making this model work. The early college high school vision. Oh, I'm so sorry. We're a couple of slides ahead. There you go. Next slide. There you go. We offer simultaneous high school diploma and associate's degree work on the Trident Technical College campus. We primarily serve first-generation college goers and students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. We offer a small learning environment, one-to-one implementation of technology, and we really believe that the opportunity that we're providing students is met with true access to the opportunity. I want to talk about some barriers that I see in traditional high school environments in my experience in education over the last 19 years. Together, Early College and Trident Tech collaborate to close the opportunity gap by removing these key barriers faced by students, and particularly those in poverty. Some of the barriers include lack of necessary AccuPlacer scores. Other barriers include finding room in a high school schedule that's already existent in a high school campus, transportation, and of course, the cost of tuition, books, and fees. We're positioned to, and we have removed these barriers while offering layers of academic support to our students. We bring college to our students, and we eliminate the factors that students often face while navigating the dual enrollment landscape. So on the next slide, I'd like to talk a little bit about our student demographics. Our student body is 57% African American, 2% Asian, 24% Caucasian, 14% Hispanic, and 3% other. 78% of the early college high school student body reports that they are the first generation in their family to attend college. 75% of our students qualify for free and reduced price lunch. I'm going to let AVP Stowasser discuss a comparison between early college high school demographics and TTC demographics in our region.
Thank you so much for having us here today. I'd like to take just a second to tell you how incredible we believe this partnership is with Charleston County School District. And I want to do that by pointing your attention to the slide. You saw the demographic information that Ms. Danny just gave you. But I'd like to share with you how that compares to the college and some of the work that we're doing across our region as well, because I think it's really important to understand how many doors to opportunity the early college high school is opening for the residents of Charleston County School District. So if you'll take a look at the slide, you'll notice the first column on this shows you the racial makeup of Trident Technical College's population as a whole. We take real pride at the college in the fact that our population at the college itself, the student body, mirrors the demographics of the region that we serve. That's not normal for educational institutions, post-secondary educational institutions across the country and across the state. So that's a very big point of pride for us. But if you'll note, the early colleges population, in terms of the racial demographics, really exceeds ours for students of color. And that's important in terms of the conversations you've been having today about opportunity and access and equity. Also, I'd like to point out the next salmon strip on that, if you will, on that chart. That's the population of dual enrollment students we serve across the region. And you'll notice that we are not making the mark there in terms of really reflecting the racial diversity of the community that we serve. And that's because of all of the things that you've just heard Ms. Denny talk about. All of those barriers that prevent students from having these types of opportunities. So we're really happy to say that with the early college program, you have a lot more students of color and underserved, underrepresented students able to participate in college coursework and move towards their post-secondary education in a very successful way. Beneath the chart and the graph, you can notice that we have broken down the numbers of students who are first-generation college. And unfortunately, I don't have that information for dual enrollment as a whole. But of the 3,000, of the college population, 36% of the college population identifies themselves as first generation. The early college has more than doubled that percentage of students they're serving who are first generation college. And if you look beneath that, 75% of the 3,011 duly enrolled high school students we served last academic year, only 25% of them were eligible for free or reduced lunch, as compared to 75% in the early college high school. That's huge. That is absolutely huge. So they're opening the door to access and closing that opportunity gap for students in Charleston County School District. By encouraging participation, by opening the doors for them, by providing them the supports that allow them to come. But as you're going to see in slides to come, they're not only opening doors for opportunity, they're closing the success gaps as well. And they're doing that by really providing academic and socioeconomic or socio-emotional supports for students who have real needs in their homes so that they have the opportunity to do extremely well in their college career and get launched to a productive future. Ms. Danny is going to share with you some really exciting information about how successful the students have been in the college courses and how many of them are actually earning associate degrees before they graduate from college and from high school. From the high school experience. So we are proud to be partners with Charleston School District. We are proud to be really working forward with the early college to really move this population of students further. And we look forward to a really bright and productive future to do that. I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Denny to let her continue the presentation.
Thanks so much, Ms. Stowasser. So we collaborate with Trident Tech in a couple of really meaningful ways that I'll just give you a high-level overview of. This semester alone, Trident Tech offers early college students 136 individual sections of dual enrollment classes. That is absolutely remarkable. This is our first year operating on Trident Tech's calendar, and it has been a big push to do so, but very well worth the opportunity to our students. It allows our students to enroll in any class that Trident Tech offers. So for example, our students are on spring break now because there's a pause between spring 1 and spring 2 semesters. So when spring 2 starts, if we have one single student who wants to take an MAT 170 class, which is probably something that I didn't even take in college, they can go ahead and enroll directly in that class because it's available and it's already ongoing through Trident Tech. They offer a student advisor to our junior and senior level students. There are 2 advisors on the Palmer campus who meet with our students through their AVID classes, and we'll talk a little bit about AVID in a later slide. Trident Tech also offers FAFSA support, application support. You all alluded to the true access to apply for college financial aid. So we're making sure that those applications are completed by our students in collaboration with Trident Tech's Educational Opportunity Office. Trident Tech collaborates with us on our Teach Local partnership, and Mr. Brigman's in the room. That's our Grow Your Own pipeline for teacher preparation, and we're really proud to have that housed at early college. We do have an existing facilities use agreement with Trident Tech that allows us to live at the Palmer campus, and I think it really provides our students with an amazing power of place. And so it's really funny to watch how goofy freshman act whenever a college student walks by. Suddenly there are these stoic, mature young men and women. So while we have a clearly defined facilities use agreement, it should also be noted that Trident Tech has graciously allowed us to use additional space on campus without modifying that use agreement throughout this pandemic, which has made our operations possible. I literally truly cried when I found out that they were going to do that for us in August in the midst of a very stressful time. So their commitment has just been demonstrated time and time again. We communicate probably daily, whether it be communication with a dean or a college professor. We're constantly talking about how to move students forward. So on the next slide, I want to share some dual credit celebrations with you. So 94% of current 10th through 12th grade students have at least one dual credit class. So that means they're going to leave early college high school with at least 3 college credits. Now that's sort of the floor. Our 10th through 12th grade students have earned, as of the end of the spring 1 semester, 4,668 transferable college credits. And by transferable, I mean that they scored a C or higher in that class. And so a 4-year university will accept that class and transcript it when they transfer. 21% of our college goers earned the designation of Dean's List for the fall 2020 semester. 85% of our seniors are leaving us with at least 20 college credits. 49% of seniors will earn the full associate's degree. Our C or better rate before the pandemic was anywhere between 88 to 92% in 7 various different semesters. We took a little bit of a hit in fall 2020. We had to monitor and adjust. And so we saw that C or better rate drop to 74, but I'm so proud to tell you that last week we ended the spring 1 semester with an 87% C or better rate. So our students are showing the ability to adapt and overcome, which is exactly what early college high school is about. Some more celebrations. I want to talk to you about sort of how we do dual credit. On the next slide, I'll talk a little bit about the support that we're really proud to provide students. We're an AVID school-wide site of distinction. So AVID is a national model, and it's designed to offer support specifically to first-generation students through both an AVID elective class, so it's a class that they attend, but AVID is also a way of teaching, and it incorporates highly engaging strategies that are implemented into all of our high school level classes on the campus. We're one of 344 schools selected out of over 4,000 schools to be eligible to be a school-wide site of distinction. So that means that we are certified by AVID and demonstrating an outstanding commitment to our students by ensuring equity, opportunity for all, and providing rigorous outcomes. 84% of our staff are members of, have been AVID trained. And for students who need academic intervention, we actually created something on our campus called Academic Lab. And what we do is we use the second 45 minutes of our AVID class, if needed, to pull a student and provide them with small group or one-on-one support. So it might be that you need help formulating your thesis for an English 101 class. You would leave your junior level AVID class and then go spend some time in our academic lab with either an English instructor or a math instructor. On the next slide, I want to talk to you a little bit about our focus on Lexile achievement and growth and reading. We know that students being able to read truly complex, advanced college level text is very important to their achievement in those classes. And on average, since August 2020, now this is in the midst of the pandemic, student Lexiles grew by 206 Lexiles, outpacing what would be expected Lexile growth for 9th through 12th graders that ranges anywhere between 51 to 42 Lexiles. So it's clearly above and beyond growth for our students while they're with us. On the next slide, I'll talk to you a little bit about some other academic celebrations. The average senior has a 3.63 GPA, and we all know the scholarship opportunities that affords our children. 95% of our senior class earned a silver or higher on the WIN Career Ready assessment. And 75% of all enrolled students at early college have a GPA of at least 3.0 or higher. Our ninth graders this year, on the next slide, I've got some celebrations to share with you about that group of young people. Pretty amazing in the middle of, again, this pandemic. 96% of those ninth graders have already demonstrated college and career readiness in sentence skills, 95% in reading comprehension, and 89% in elementary algebra. So that means that Trident will accept these students and they will enroll in the 101 level classes. They will not need any remediation. So that's very important to know that they're college ready. As sophomores, yes, thank you. EOC rates this year, 87% of our freshmen passed biology, 95.7% passed Algebra 1, and 100% of our students passed their English 2 EOC. So I can tell you a lot about how wonderful I think early college high school is, but I want you to hear a little bit from the students and the teachers. That is a video loaded in the, there we go. So these students and teachers are truly the stars of the early college high school show. If you would play that video for a second. I'll just tell you while we're waiting that on the screen you see one of our seniors, Aaron. Aaron actually transferred in his sophomore year, and I will never forget his first day of school. He was scared and afraid, and you will see in this video a cool, confident young man before you. He's actually going to finish his associate's degree at Trident next year and is a member of our Teach Local cohort. He would like to be a history teacher. Cool.
While we're waiting for the video to get started, I'd just like to point out the success rates in the college courses that Ms. Denny was showing you are about 10 to 12 percentage points higher than the college as a whole. And even in the fall of 2020, when we were faced with COVID and it was such a nightmare for everyone, we had to force the students into online learning, they still outscored the traditional college population. Marginally, but they still outscored them. So you're talking about closing the equity gap, and you're talking about making sure that you bring students through that COVID loss of academic fortitude or loss of opportunity with academics in terms of their COVID experience. We have not seen that across the board in the college classes with the early college population. And I think that's a testament to what they do every day to really move that population successfully forward and give them the opportunities that they would not have otherwise. I just wanted to point that out and cover the videos.
I think it is. I think we're all set. Thank you so much. I'm not sure who's running the screen, but thank you.
I've been at early college for 3 years and I love it here. I love the students. We have such a great student body and the relationships I've been able to form with the students here has been awesome, and I really love my coworkers too.
One of the best things about early college is our Abbott program. Abbott allows students to get the skills or reinforces the skills and strategies that they need to be successful on the college level. that extra support helps the students achieve the academic success, like EOCs and college level classes. And without that support, or that support is very essential, the AVID support is very essential to the program here at DCHS.
At early college, we challenge our students with dual credit starting their sophomore year, and we have a really supportive environment to allow them to face those challenges head on.
It's made college a bit less scary now that I know kind of what to expect. Already taking steps towards my associate's degree and getting classes out of the way. I kind of know what the workflow is like. I know what lectures are going to be like. So it's prepared me by, just giving me tiny teaspoons of what the full college experience will be like.
At early college, we challenge students academically while also offering them a system of support in place through AVID and Academic Lab and just a full faculty of staff that's always ready and willing to help.
Being here at ECHS, it definitely put me through some mental challenges, and now that I've gotten through those challenges, I'm like, I can't really be held back from my past kind of problems, so I already know how to handle it.
The support system here is really good, and I enjoy being here, and I'm looking forward to being here for the next 3 years.
I have witnessed the power of AVID and how it transforms the lives of my students, and I'm proud to relate to that work.
At early college, we're a family, and their support system is great. They've pushed me or helped me push myself to goals that I didn't care to accomplish, and I'm very thankful for that.
It's helped me realize that there's a lot more things in the world that I can do than what I thought that I wanted to do. It's changed my point of view on many things for the better, and honestly, you're grateful for that, to be honest.
I think I have to say I'm definitely thankful for the people that I had around me through this experience. I came into early college a different person than I am now when I'm leaving. I came in with lots of fears and insecurities. Being somebody who moved around a lot, it was nice to finally go to a school and actually feel like I'm at home, and my classmates and the friends that I've made there, less friends and more so family to me. And that's one thing I'm definitely thankful for, because I never thought I'd have a family or friends like that.
Before we make some time for question and answer, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Thornley.
You may have noticed that I came up and invited myself to be part of this presentation. I was not planned to be part of this, but I needed to be because this is my very first board meeting. I know some of you, but many of you are newly elected, and it was my first board meeting. It's been interesting and refreshing to hear your conversation and your deliberations. And it's pretty clear to me that what you care about and what we at Trident Tech care about is pretty much the same thing. And I know that Vanessa is very modest, very humble, very soft-spoken. Now, you sat there and talked about evidence and evaluation and data. Do you realize what she just showed you? You should be cheering. You should be hitting the drums. This is extraordinary. This is newsworthy. What she has done, about a mile that direction, is so extraordinary. And very frankly, when you walk down the hall and you look in a classroom, you feel it, you sense it. You can actually tell that you're seeing a miracle take place. So again, why did I come tonight? I wasn't invited to present. I wanted to reinforce the stats, the data, the compelling information you have heard, because it is simply so extraordinary. It's a blessing for us to be able to work with your early college. And that's echoed by Dr. Almquist. Stand up, please. We're just here to show support for a jewel that many of you have created. And the success behind that is just amazing. So thank you very much. Let's applaud Vanessa and the early college. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Thornley. That took my breath away. Questions?
Questions about the early college? Ms. Green?
Good to see you again, Vanessa.
You're welcome.
I have a couple questions. One is, you referenced the 84% of the teachers, I think, that were AVA trained. What, is there a plan to get get that to 100%?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it's part of our certification instrument that we fill out every year. We establish AVID site goals, and that's one of our goals for the 2021 school year. So at the end of the summer of 2021, we anticipate having 100% of our staff trained.
So my next question is a great presentation, and I know you guys you've been doing great things there. And you talk about the celebrations. What's your major challenge?
I think my major challenge is not very different from any traditional high school, and that's sort of student engagement and on-time completion of assignments, failure rates, and the added work that takes, especially in this environment, to make sure that students are successful. Just constantly reaching out to families, to students, and sometimes last week I may or may not have surprised a senior by calling him at 9:30 at night, and he answered. So it worked, but just that kind of challenge, I think, that everybody's facing.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thanks for all the work that you're doing.
It's been my pleasure.
Do we have any more questions?
Can I say something? My daughter, I do believe, is in an apprenticeship program right now under Trident Tech. My ears perked up when I heard Dr. Thornley, so that's what made me kind of sit up on the edge of my seat. So, and she is, I was the first one in my family to go to college. So my daughter will be actually the first within my own generation. So she started out over there at Trident Tech. So I want to say big ups to that and thank you very much. It's through Trident Tech, yes, ma'am. She, hotel operations. Yes, she is.
I wanted to take just a second to introduce Tanisha Cook. Tanisha Cook is our Dean of School and Community Initiatives, so she works very, very closely with Vanessa and her team to make sure that the students have the opportunities that they need to have. And so if you ever have questions about, from the college perspective, about the dual enrollment piece, Dean Cook can see those.
Ms. Waters?
No questions, just this is fabulous. I wish we could have another early college or high school and that more than 300 kids could go, because clearly it's amazing things that are happening.
Thank you. Believe that you can expand what we have.
Can you use the microphone, please?
So that does bring me to my question. I mean, we just approved 6 weeks worth of talking about these strategies and goals. Why aren't we expanding this, Dr. Postaway? Why isn't that one of our, first and foremost strategies? My fear is we've created another 400 student school of absolute proof of what it takes. And now I don't think we have only 400 kids who can do this.
So you were asking about more specifics today, and that may be one of the recommendations that comes back to the board, Mrs. Coates. you were asking when it says continue to do these things, what specifically that means, and that's what we're still.
And that's kind of why I wanted it to be more specific, because that's a lot of money, and let's get prepared for it for this board today, and let's talk about the fact that that her capacity is 400, because we need more of these. There are 4 Trident campuses. Sorry, Mary, we're coming to all of you, but there are 4 Trident campuses in Charleston County, and I'm chomping at the bit. And for those of you who are new, this is not new information. She has presented this exact same information within 1 or 2 data points from the day they opened. I am mystified why we haven't put a big old piece of sentence on here that says we can do 2 more of these in the next 2 years, just like we're talking about early childhood education.
Ms. Darby?
I'd like
Oh,
to
I thought
just,
she was going around.
oh, go around.
No,
Are you going around?
No,
Go.
I don't know if she's.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead, Ms. Darby.
I know Reverend Mack and I went to Myrtle Beach. I'll go where a while ago and visited and saw their early college there and came back with a vision for that. And Reverend Mack really pushed for it. And you have taken that idea, and staff has, and far exceeded, I think, what we ever thought we could do. I completely support us, expanding when staff brings those details to us. I know that'll probably be part of a budget process, but you all have done a fantastic job. Congratulations. Thank you. Please on behalf of the board, thank your team for the amazing work that you all are doing. So
Thank you.
and if you've got anybody who's interested in the funeral business, I'd be happy to work with them.
Aaron,
not many of them.
take control here now.
Dr. Frazier?
Yes, thank you for the work that you're doing out at Baptist Hill High School. I have seen the success of the work that you have done. You're doing a great job. I'd like to know, what other support services do you provide to these students?
Is that a question for Trident Tech or early college?
For early college.
So our students are actually located downtown at the Palmer campus. And the supports that we provide our students are at the AVID elective class, using engaging strategies inside of all classes on the campus. We also have an academic lab available to our students. And that's that pull-out period for some one-on-one or small group support. AVID's really the framework through which we provide the support. Part of the AVID framework is to have weekly tutorial sessions where groups of students help guide each other through what AVID refers to as points of confusion. And so creating that collaborative environment where they solve problems together. It's constant conversation about how to access the supports that are available. So for example, Trident Tech offers Spanish tutors for our Spanish 101 students. And we'll talk to them about, well, hey, have you accessed this resource? Or let me communicate with Dean Hook and see if there's another available resource that I may not be aware of and connect you to that. So it's really just nonstop communication, collaboration, and then providing the academic pieces. We also believe that keeping our vision on the reading lexile is very important to their success.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. French?
Sounds like you're doing great work, and I sure hope you can expand it to Baptist Hill a little bit more with some of those other supports that you're talking about. I hope that will be something we can look at.
Thank you.
Reverend Mack?
Yes, so let me just say, I'll be honest with you, I'm sitting here bubbling on the inside, just thinking back to the conception of the thought and the idea of something of this magnitude actually coming to Charleston County, and to hear, and not only to hear, but to see the birth and to also see the actual results from what has transpired. All I can say is thank you to your leadership, and thank you to Trident Tech for their partnership and making this a reality and producing productive citizens as they move forward. I can say that, you know, this is the kind of information that we want to receive back to show that the efforts that we're putting forth to create the atmosphere within the learning environment for our students. And I too agree that we should expand to some level, because I've even mentioned we should even start a early college middle school and to grow the early college high school. So I'm looking forward to seeing something of that magnitude happen in CCSD before my departure. But again, thank you so much. Thank you to the board, and thank you to staff for making sure that we continue this effort and continue this partnership with our students. Thank you.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the 2021-22 academic calendar for the early college high school.
Second.
Especially after Ms. Denny. Folks are hurry.
Mrs. Herderick, while the board is voting, may we just take a moment to thank everyone?
Yes.
This would not be possible without Dr. Thornley and the folks at Trident Technical College, and it would not be possible without the kind of leadership that you've heard from here today. So
So that motion is approved. Next up, we have North Charleston High School Vision 2024. Ms. Belcher, are you presenting, or Mr. Darby?
Mr. Darby is presenting.
Great.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hi,
Good afternoon.
Mr. Darby.
Hello. Good afternoon to Dr. Polsterwaite, Reverend Mack, Ms. Darby, and to all of the other aficionados of the school board. I'm very appreciative that you are allowing my admin team and I to make a presentation today.
Mr. Darby, I hate to interrupt. This is Mrs. Darby. Can you speak into your microphone a little bit more? We're having a little bit trouble hearing you.
Oh my.
Get a little closer. There you go.
Is that better, ma'am?
Try again.
Is this better?
Yep. Hold on.
It is?
Checking to see if there's anything we can do on our end. Is there anything we can do on our end? That's okay. Go ahead. Yeah, as close as you can get to your microphone.
Okay. Well, again, we are very appreciative of your allowing us to make this presentation today. I have a couple of members of my admin team, along with Mr. Trevor Strotman, my executive director, who is here with me. I also have Ms. Little, my instructional coach, as well as Ms. Studemeyer, my AP of Curriculum and Instruction. And we are here to ask of a major favor, which would assist us with student achievement. But prior to my going into the presentation itself, I just want to give a type of summary of the background of my school in terms of the poverty index. Our poverty index is beyond 90%, free and reduced lunch, 100%. I have an EC population of 28%, and I have 80% African Americans, 12% Hispanics, and 7% white students. In addition to that, my demographics, we experience a high number of single parents, a high number of divorce rates. We also have a high number of parents unemployed, and unemployed is not the only problem I should say. It is also underemployment. Along with all of that, is also exacerbated by COVID-19. But as I move along, I would like to give you a short synopsis of how the educational structure used to be. And as a precursor to this, I'd like for you to please, if you would just look at this mini video, which depicts how it used to be and where and how we need to be.
This is America in 1900. This is a car in 1900, and a phone, and a high school. This is America in 1950, and a car, and a phone, and a high school. This is today, a car, a phone, a high school. Whoa, back up. So cars are now this, and phones are now this, but high schools are still that? American high schools are based on the same model, and it's been over 100 years.
Wow, that's a long time.
But why? In 1900, it made sense for high schools to prepare students for that. But in 2018, shouldn't they be preparing students for this, and even this? So why are we still granting diplomas based on the time a student spends in a seat? Why are we still using the Carnegie Unit, which was developed in 1906 and says the formula for learning is 4 years sitting at a desk multiplied by one subject taught at a time equals students ready for the future?
Thank you for watching. If one were to take an objective analysis and a type of creative appraisal of this video, I think you would concur with me that the educational structures of the 19th and 20th centuries are far behind us. And I think that you would concur that there is a need of a paradigm shift of sort. I am of the opinion that any educational edifice which does not produce productive citizens, not produce productive citizens on a timely basis, needs restructuring. And although there have been gains at North Charleston High School, these gains have been incremental, they have not been universal, and nor have they been dynamic. So as a result, we are asking for certain aspects of autonomy along with other modi operandi. So as a result here, we're going to move further with the presentation.
This is America in
And we are going to list here the purpose of requested waivers, students in a transformed educational experience to attain their fullest potential and to contribute, and also to become productive, engaged citizens. We are asking here at North Charleston High School for 3 types of waivers here in terms of seat time, teacher certification, and the flexibility of scheduling. Now, in terms of the seat time, as you read there, there is a 4-pronged tier for the student to be successful in terms of seat time. Say, for instance, seat time should be mastered on content as opposed to seat time hours. Would it not be a wonderful thing if students had the aptitude and the astuteness to complete a course in 45 days as opposed to 90 days? And if that student had the capacity to do so, why not allow the student to complete a course in 45 as opposed to 90 days? On the other end of that spectrum, if a student is near passing a course and the 90 days have gone by, wouldn't it be possible to extend the class for 2 to 3 weeks, that the student would have the opportunity to be successful within the course, as opposed to failing the course and repeating the course all over again? Just provide the child 2 to 3 weeks more that the child would be successful. The third prong is simply this. If a student has a 96 within a class and he or she misses more than 5 days, he or she will fail the course. I have a number of students here at North Charleston High School who work. As a matter of fact, one of my students last year worked in North Charleston and Mount Pleasant and missed a number of days. I have students who are babysitters for the family. I have students who have to help their parents. And on one occasion last year, I had a senior with just one course, and yet his parents wanted him to drop out of school to deal with construction in Columbia. Fortunately, however, we were able to persuade the parent to please allow the child to finish. So seat time is very important. And the last prong of this 4-pronged tier is that learning can take place beyond the wall, which it does. Say, for instance, one of my students who's taking hospitality, if he or she could learn or be taught under a major chef at, say, for instance, Francis Marion, why could this not, his experience, go toward his work-based experiences, I should say? The child should be given credit toward a work-based experience. So because of those measures, we are asking seat time to be waived. The second one is that of teacher certification. There comes a times when teacher certification in some aspects limits the efficacy of student achievement. And let me explain this way. Say, for instance, we do not have a drama teacher here at North Charleston High School. Yet North Charleston High School has networking with the Dock Street Theater, which would allow one of their professional persons to come teach at North Charleston High School. But because he or she would not have a teaching certification, he or she would not be able to teach the course. There's a situation by means of Dr. Thornley whereby we had a teacher to teach dual enrollment, and out of our 27 kids taking a course at Trident Tech, 87% made A's and the remaining percent made B's. And she desperately wanted to teach here at North Charleston High School. We had an opening, but because she didn't have teacher certification, she was not allowed to be offered the position. And say, for instance, if we were to take a panoramic trek to the past, and if we were to ask Dr. King if he would teach a course in speaking, he would not be able to do so because he does not have the teaching certification. If you look at someone like Thurgood Marshall, who could teach law ed, but because of teacher certification requirements, he would not be able to teach. And finally, somebody like a Tom Brady, I think they say that he's the greatest of all times. Some may disagree, but nonetheless, if he wanted to coach here at North Charleston or teach PE, he would not be able to do so because of the fact that he would not have a teaching certificate. Now, also, we have something called the flexibility of scheduling. If a student could participate, for instance, in summer internship, his experience should count toward the course credit. Say, for instance, if a small number of students their desires to come in 2 to 3 weeks early to help them accelerate within the AP or dual credit courses, that should be allowed to happen. So that's what we term the flexibility of scheduling. Now, at the very beginning of my presentation, I mentioned the word modus operandi in terms of a habitual way of doing things. Here at North Charleston High School, in reference to our students, we stress the 3 R's: relationships, rigor, and relevance. This would also be applicable to our families as well. So, for instance, if you can read those bullets, I dare not read them to you since we all know how to read. But say, for instance, in terms of engaging the families and the students, would it not be great if we had a parent center here at North Charleston where they would not have to wait on an appointment to see an assistant principal or the principal? That would be indeed truly an open door policy. And within this parent center, they will be, we will have for them, financial and digital literacy. We could help them prepare resumes. We can help them assist them with FAFSA. And also we will have someone bilingual to be at the Parent Center as well to help our other population in terms of our Hispanic population. Now, here is something that is quite clever and meaningful to the point to make a statistical conjecture. North Charleston High School could, in terms of 90 to 95%, prevent suspensions if we were to have a modular on campus. So as opposed to outright suspending a child out of school, the modular will be here to assist them. In terms of punishment, we will try to find the cause of the problems. And within this modular, we would have a teacher, we would have an assistant principal. We would like to have up to 2 social workers to find out the problem itself in terms of visiting homes, as well as that of a psychologist. So we are of the opinion that if we did have a modular here, our suspension rate would be reduced significantly. In terms of our teachers, we feel that if teachers had the opportunity to be more participatory within their own PDs, that they could become more personalized, we feel that would be a great incentive for our teachers. We are of the opinion that what's best for the best is best for the rest, and teachers should have a point of say. As an example, if police officers can police themselves, lawyers police themselves, doctors police themselves, we're just of the opinion that teachers should have a right to have some say in terms of the development or professional development that they procure. Also, North Charleston High School, we have a great networking with a number of businesses, from Boeing to Mercedes-Benz vans to Volvo to the Vulcan Rubber Company. We would like to continue with this because it would provide our students in terms of the experience that they need. So those are the things that we are asking for in terms of the waivers, along with the benefits which would come with the waivers, and we are in need of your assistance. And how will we measure our progress? Of course, by our test scores, by the number of students who are enrolled within college, military enlistment, the increasing of our graduation rate, standardized test scores. And we're also of the opinion if we were given 3 years, we will show a great improvement. Because we must remember, we must do what is best for our students. I am of the opinion that it is easier to fix broken children than it is to repair adults. And if we can get them in the early stage, we think that we could produce productive citizens, because in the final analysis, that is the purpose of education, is to produce productive citizens. And if the waivers are approved here, this is what it would allow us to do. We would be able to engage our students, our faculty and staff, our students' families, other community members, along with all other stakeholders. And also, I don't want to be remiss in saying this. This is not a request for the autonomy to be privatized. There are no vendors. There are no national partners. There's no such thing. Along with autonomy comes more responsibility and accountability. So please, that's what we are looking for. That's what we're trying to garner. And if we were to have these waivers, we are of the opinion that in the final analysis, we will make North Charleston High School the high school of the city of North Charleston. And at this time, we will entertain questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Darby. Ms. Coakley, I'll start with you. Yeah. Ms. Coates?
Mr. Darby, as you go out into the community and you work with your teachers, will you keep us apprised as the plan morphs and adapts from your input?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Waters?
No questions, just that this is a good start. I'd love to see how this develops.
Ms. Darby?
Ma'am? I'm sorry, I didn't hear a question.
Nope, Ms. Waters was just, did you hear Ms. Waters? She was saying positive.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Waters.
I would agree with what she said. I think it's a good first step, and I like the ideas.
Dr. Frazier?
Thank you for the presentation. I was just hoping that you could be here in person. As a former parent educator at North Charleston High School, I think that you have just hit the nail on the head. This is going to be awesome for that community, for those students that attend your school. I am going to encourage my fellow board members that we support you in this effort. And in addition, I'd sure like to come up and sit down with you and take a closer look at what you're proposing. But I just think it's a great idea. The only issue I have with this right now is, what are you doing about your feeder schools? Is there some kind of connection that you have there? And then my second question I have to my fellow board members is that, will we open the door for other schools to want waivers? And I'll let you answer my first question, Mr. Dowd. Thank you for being a visionary in the area of education of our kids. Thank you so much. And surely I'll make some contact with the staff here to visit the school.
Well, thank you, Dr. Frazier. I wish I could take credit for being a visionary, man, because I have been surrounded by great administrators. I have a great executive director. Basically, they have surrounded me with good people. So I wish I could take credit for that, man. But it's just that my admin team, along with teachers, they have really made a difference here at North Charleston High School. And not that we have not been making gains, but the gains again were quite incremental, and we need these gains to be universal and dynamic. Ironically, Mr. White of Morningside Middle School, we are meeting on a monthly basis by means of our executive director, Mr. Stroderman, and we have come together with something called structural vertical coherence, wherein we are going to align various things in terms of skills where our students are, as well as teachers who are going to teach these skills. And if we are successful, we would like to extend it to the elementary school. So we are in the process of that. It's a very good question, ma'am, in terms of the alignment. So that is forthcoming. And of course, we will get with the other middle school principals as well, but we wanted to start off with Morningside Middle School first because we have some of the same challenges.
Hello, Mr. Darby. Thank you.
We can come back to that.
The yeah, I really appreciated you taking the time to meet with us, the D4 members this week, and help us understand what you were proposing. And I think that the proposal you submitted for our board agenda is just very helpful in understanding how much thought you put into this. And I think that if we had had it published earlier, I think that the wider community would have not have met with some negativity, which I know is out there. And I think a little transparency would have gone a long way here. I do have a question about how you see the issue of waiving accreditation for a percentage of your staff. And I see that you did have a metric in your presentation. It's not in the proposal outline that we got here, but I understand that this is in development because you're going to go back to your teachers and staff and talk about that some more. I guess I would like to know what kind of things that you hope to accomplish with that, more than just, okay, here's a professional, they can come in and teach. I think we have a system where the Department of Ed can help accredit people based on their specific skills. And then, but I also wonder if one thing that might occur is, and I don't know if this is in your vision, if we waive accreditation for, 25% of your staff, would that allow you to bring in a more diverse instructor staff for some of your classes?
Well, yes, ma'am. That's only if it becomes an imperative. This is on the back end as opposed to the front end. Say, for instance, as an English teacher, we had an opening for a number of weeks. We just couldn't find anyone. And that's why the example of the teacher at Trident Tech, if she had certification, if the certification was not a requirement, we could have hired her. So we're not on the front end saying that we're going to hire this person, he or she does not have teacher certification. That's going to come in the back end. We simply cannot find someone. Say, for instance, I cannot find anyone in drama. And the talent that my students evince in terms of acting, I am doing them a disservice by not finding them that someone. So Dr. French, we're not automatically saying that we are going to find teachers who do not have teacher certification. It comes about when we simply cannot find someone.
Thank you for that clarification. That's helpful. And I hope we will come back around to Dr. Frazier's question about waivers, but that may relate more to a different part of the discussion.
We'll have Ms. Belcher elaborate on waivers after we go through the initial Q&A. Ms. Green? Reverend Mack?
I'd just like to say to Mr. Darby, thank you for this initiative, and I applaud the effort that you and your staff has put together in trying to change the atmosphere and the culture at North Charleston High School. I am definitely looking forward to seeing the outcome from this new initiative and the possibility of changing just what you're setting out to do. So thank you to you and your staff for this presentation today.
Well, thank you, Rev. Mack. I'm really reminded of Frederick Douglass when he said that I know the value of having education, or there are some people who know the value of having education, but he knows the value of not having it. And we must deal with this demographic that they can be successful in all that they do in terms of becoming a productive citizens. And prior to my closing, I hope I'm not out of order, but I do like to have a little humor within my day. And I just want to reiterate in terms of what Ms. Bond Coates said. Preach, Reverend Mack. Just go ahead and preach, sir. So thank you all so very much for listening, and we'll be very appreciative if you were to vote in the affirmative.
We have one more question, Ms. Coakley.
Not a question, Mr. Darby, I apologize. I just want to thank you very much. I came down when you were getting recognized for the wonderful service that you're doing. So thank you for what it is that you are doing and that what you have been doing. And right now, I think you are setting a standard and a precedence in North Charleston to kind of lead the way to let other people know that, you know what, you have to kind of be from where you're at to love and know what's going on. So thank you very much for being a pillar in the community.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, ma'am.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the North Charleston High School proposal as presented, with the understanding that the board will receive semi-annual reports summarizing student services and success at North Charleston High School.
I second that.
I'd like to make a friendly amendment. Would you amend that to say that we will approve the final version? There's still a lot of input and changes to be made to it, and I think it would only be fair if we knew what the actual product was going to look like before they began executing.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to come back to us. So what exactly do you want to change to the motion? Friendly amendment.
And make sure it's friendly.
Well, approve the North Charleston High School proposal as presented, with the understanding that final approval before execution is contingent on us seeing the final report.
So it's coming back to us. I don't know if something will change between now and March 22nd, Dr. Postaway.
So I'm wondering what will change when he goes and talks to the community. There could be some things they want to change to it. He still has to meet with, the neighborhood presidents. He's committed to that. The PTA presidents of all the middle schools. And the teachers, to my understanding, haven't had input yet. So if we approve this plan and it changes, how will we know what the actual plan is?
I think that the best advice I can give you is to approve what's been submitted tonight. And then when you get it back on the 22nd, if you're not satisfied with it, be specific about what more you would want to see. But clearly it's a level of detail that you're asking for that he's not ready to present yet. And we need to know whether to fund this in the budget, Mrs. Coates. So I think that if the board could approve this version tonight, and any specificity you could provide about any concerns or specific areas you'd like to see addressed, I think any plan is going to develop over time. My recommendation is to approve tonight, and then if you want something specific addressed, let us bring that back on the 22nd.
So may I ask the board a question? First off, this is a yes. There is no doubt this is a yes. But every single strategy has a sentence that says we may not do these or we may do something else. So the plan, are y'all comfortable that what you have been presented today, maybe what he does not, is not what they decide to implement? I mean, it's in your plan. These strategies may include, but are not limited. And I want to make sure that we're comfortable that if what we go in and see happening, because I have an unbelievable amount of trust in Mr. Darby. He's a neighbor. I mean, But every one of these initiatives is not committed to. It could, are we, and
I'm comfortable with that. I mean, we're saying
are
they're
y'all
gonna,
as a board comfortable with that?
And I think we're sending a message of support to the community, to the parents, that as a governing board, we want to support him in his effort.
Just making sure, because I don't want us to not be pleased if none of these things happen next year, because we're giving that kind of leeway, and I'm okay with that because I think he will do something anyway.
Ms. Wright.
Thank you. I keep looking at the wrong person here. Yes, I have, I'm a little concerned, and I guess this is a possible different friendly amendment, that I definitely want to approve this proposal, including the fact that they're going to go back to the community and get a little more input. However, the waivers I'm concerned about, this is a brand new procedure that hasn't even been put into law yet, as far as I can tell. And so if these are, I haven't ever dealt with a waiver before. I don't know what the procedure is. I would want the fully developed waiver request to come back to us before it is sent to the Department of Ed. And so I guess my friendly amendment would be with the caveat that the fully developed waiver request will come back to us before for approval.
And for clarification, just because we're following parliamentarian procedure, I'm going to withdraw my friendly amendment. It's clear that the board's comfortable as is, so I'm going to withdraw my friendly amendment.
No, not necessarily. And I'm gonna say this like this as I come to be able to understand it, and it has to make sense. I support the initiative, but it's like you don't want to support something and not know everything behind it. Like just sitting on this board, you don't want to say yay or nay if you don't understand everything behind it. Now, if there's a way that we could, I don't know, like you said, just go ahead and amend it, like we support what's going on, but when it comes back to us with that better clarification as far as the waivers and everything else, how does that work?
I think that's a good point. I personally, as board members, I don't think we need to see every detail of the waivers. I know you do think that, but what if we approve it as it is? We have between now, Mr. Darby and his team, as between now and March 22nd to refine and do some of the things that we've talked about. They'll bring it maybe back to us on the 22nd with some suggested changes. And if we, on the 22nd, want to make any further requests, then we could do that. But I think we ought to let them say, yes, we agree with this, go work on it for 2 more weeks and come back to us on the 22nd with,
if I may, Ms. Coakley, he's not going to have time in COVID. And the neighborhood associations meet once a month, and not every neighborhood group in his attendance zone is going to meet in the next 2 weeks.
I agree.
But if we approve this, and Mr. Darby, who has always been very open, says, I will make sure you all have a copy of what we're doing as we begin it, I think we can be comfortable with that, because you're not saying that I think what you're saying is, I want to know what to expect. But I don't need to approve every detail of what to expect. So I think we would be comfortable that when it's finalized and they're ready to roll it out, they're going to go to neighborhood association meetings. We just get a copy.
Well, not even just me, as far as clarity for parents. So that's what I said too.
Yeah.
Like you're bringing it here and parents not know, but I support the initiative.
So I think that I think your needs would be met if he agreed that whatever changes or how it morphs, you have a copy of what they finally decide to do. We know what's going to happen.
Not even just the decision itself, but clarity for clarity purposes and for transparency. Not just for me, but as far as parents too.
Absolutely.
Right. And I guess so this is our first look at, it's going to go to the board for first reading in 2 weeks, second reading in April, right?
It's not a second
not a
reading. It's
policy.
just, yeah, it's not a policy. It'll come to us on the 22nd.
So if he doesn't have time to finalize the proposal, then how are we going to have these questions satisfied?
So my point was, I think that that it would be unrealistic to ask him to do some of the things to get it finalized, but that we approve it today. And we certainly, particularly the North Charleston residents on the board, he would be more than willing to talk to us and stuff, as long as we as long as we have access to the report. I trust is going to be 98% of what we're seeing anyway, so we can approve it just so we'll get a final copy when it's done.
I do too. My main issue is that now that the state legislature is moving to make waivers a little more accessible, we're going to getting a lot of waivers. And what we do with this particular request is going to set a precedent. So I see there's some rationale for the reason for the waiver, but I also wonder if we shouldn't be asking anyone who applies for a waiver to provide parameters about that. Like Mr. Darby qualified it. He said, I don't want to just run out and get 25% more staff that are not certified. I just want to use this to help me fill the gaps where I can't get a new teacher.
I think that doesn't stress me as much, is because charter schools are nearly all of our charters by state law can have up to 25% of uncertified teachers in the building. So that's not unheard of in Charleston County. So I mean, I acknowledge that could be something that's different for you, but to me, that's charter school law 101.
Can we let the superintendent elaborate a little bit on waivers?
Thank you. I think we might be confusing the waiver process with another piece of legislation, but I served on the state board maybe 10 years ago or more, and waivers were part of the process then. So if the reason he can't bring a more specific plan is he doesn't know if the board will say it's okay with us if you create a plan that goes outside these requirements. And so he's identified specifically the requirements he would like some leeway on. That exact language that goes to the state board will come to this board. And to answer another question that was on the table, just because you approve it for one school doesn't mean it's good for any other school. Every school has to come back to this board to justify any change, that they would want, any waiver they would want. But that process has been around for a long time. I think we're conflating it with schools of innovation, which is a different. It includes waivers, but it's not this. This is just saying, for example, there's a certain seat time requirement, as Mr. Darby pointed out. If kids need more time than that, they should get more time than 8,100 minutes or whatever. And if they need less time, if I move here from another country and am fluent in that language, I should be able to take a course, a test to show you I speak French fluently, and I shouldn't have to take that whole French 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's the intent of the waiver. And this board has total control, school by school, waiver by waiver. And you must approve the exact language that's going to the state board. So you're going to get that French. Just
Okay, that definitely satisfies me that we'll get that.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Heather, can you call the question, please?
Yeah, we both call the motion.
Can we place the motion up? Because it's been such a long time. I don't know what the main.
Yeah, the motion is approved North Charleston High School proposal as presented, with the understanding that the board will receive semi-annual reports summarizing student services and success at North Charleston High School.
Thank you, Ms. Darby.
I feel like you're like the Wizard of Oz, like everyone.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain.
And so the no friendly amendments were approved, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Mr. Darby, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yay, you're approved. It passed.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, last on the agenda is 2021-2022 waiver request for proficiency-based education. Ms. Belcher.
Thank you. As Dr. Postlewaite highlighted in the superintendent's report, we're planning now for next year around what are our options for programming going to be for our students. And we are interested in really focusing on closing our learning gaps, improving student achievement, and in-person learning for the majority of our students. But we also know we want to offer virtual options. Right now, we're in conversations with the Low Country Education Consortium and its partner districts to do a regional model of a virtual school for K-8. The proposal before the board is asking for waivers for the state on certain constraints that would allow the virtual school to operate. This is the right time to make that request. But as you could tell from the questions that were asked prior to the board meeting, we still are very much in the planning stage of this model and trying to fine tune it. just for the benefit of the families at home, we are going to continue to offer a virtual option for high school based on a program of studies that would leverage our existing online learning opportunities, including virtual SC, Edgenuity, our own online courses, and potentially our digital learning labs so that a course could be taught in person in one place and broadcast to a broader coalition of kids. So that is the proposal before the board, and love just to answer questions. I do have Ms. Buffy Roberts on the phone who can answer questions on the waiver, and Ms. LaShawna Rivers, who's been the local representative on the Low Country Education Consortium's planning board. Ms. Coates, can we start with you?
So who or what is the Low Country Educational Consortium board group, whatever? I mean, it's not a registered entity in South Carolina. Is it an advisory group? Is it just superintendent's roundtable? What's the organization?
My understanding, and Dr. Postwaite, you know better than I do, so I'm actually going to defer to you if that's okay.
Thanks. The 4 superintendents in Berkeley, Dorchester 2, Dorchester 4, and Charleston have always met for a long time. And we started seeing that there were ways in which we could combine resources to achieve economies of scale. And so year before last, we created the Low Country Education Consortium. It is now a 501c3 eleemosynary organization. That paperwork has all been filed, and any expenses that we incur, we share on a pro rata basis. In the meantime, 2 other districts have asked to take part of some of the services that we provide. We're just getting started. It's the equivalent of the regional service agencies that exist in some other areas of the state and are well organized in several other states.
So our collective districts employ the executive director.
Yes, the consortium tells each district that the cost to join the consortium is based on the actual salary of right now of the administrator who helps us with various projects, and each district pays a partial fee for that. So the idea with the virtual school is we can get the delivery of services, drive the price down, because we hope there will be so few students participating across the districts that the consortium can provide the service and we will pay the consortium. It's the same sort of arrangement we have for some of the special needs services between counties.
But except this requires an annual membership in addition to paying for the services?
No, there's no annual membership.
So there's an
fee.
annual fee to pay the salary, and then that will just get rolled into the annual fees that we pay when they hire more staff?
We brought this to the board for approval, and in your budget, I forget the amount, perhaps it was $40-some thousand was our share. The cost has gone down between first and second year of getting this set up, but the idea is that it's a local co-op, if you will, specifically to provide services for teachers and students.
So will the consortium employ the teachers?
The idea is that
on this one, I can add, the consortium actually will be employed by their home district. The largest district will be the entity, the fiscal entity, but the aim is that they're still going to be employed by their home district.
So I'm taking up a lot of questions and time for the other boards, but I think this is extremely complicated that we pay to be members of the consortium, and then we're going to pay our staff to deliver the services, but we're going to pay the consortium to contract the services. So that's a lot of layers beyond that have nothing to do with education, but are concerning in the expense and or our bandwidth to manage all of that. I guess when we know we can manage some version of an online training, online educational program ourselves because we have been. But I'm sure there are other questions to be asked.
We'll come back around. Ms. Waters? Ms. Darby?
So my understanding when I read this is that we're trying to, the particular thing you're asking us to do is have K-8, a virtual program, and we're trying to meet economies of scale. So do it with these other districts so that we're not each out there doing it ourselves, because we don't think that we're going to have overwhelming numbers.
we're going to meet this need differently than we're doing for high school. Is that right?
That's correct. And remember, we had a high school online program prior to COVID.
Right.
And if I might just to go back to address the other question, the K-8 portion of it is shared costs. So if we only had 10 students across the district, maybe Berkeley County would have 5, maybe Dorchester 4 would have another 3, maybe Colleton would have 5. There's a district across the state that wants to participate. Instead of paying the whole teacher ourselves, we actually calculate the cost of delivering the service, and then each district pays its pro rata share. But each district keeps the student enrollment. So the money for the student comes to the district. We pay to the consortium simply the cost of educating that student. So for K-8, the teacher might actually be employed by the consortium. And one of the districts would be the fiscal agent to make sure the teacher has a contract with all contract rights and all the retirement benefits with the state of South Carolina. So 9-12 is a little different. But K-8, the whole purpose is to pool our resources, serve kids better, and reduce the cost with the child remaining enrolled in the district, so that if the district reimbursement comes to the district, and then we pay just the actual share for providing the service.
They employ the teacher.
They probably for K-8 would employ the teacher. Whatever district is the fiscal agent would probably just handle the benefits and the paperwork for the teacher. But all of us would share the cost of that teacher's salary.
But I guess I have to ask this one more structural question. They're a 501c3. Why do we need a fiscal agent?
Can we have someone else answer some questions?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I apologize, but thank you, they're a fiscal agent.
Dr. Frazier.
Thank you. Was there a needs assessment done, and whose idea was it? I'm kind of confused of why we're trying to come up with something else to do.
Well, the motivation is actually, I think, what Dr. Postlewaite highlighted. Our goal is actually to focus our energies away from the variety of virtual programs we've been offering this year to the best of our ability and really focus in on our core instructional programs in each school, the in-person programs. By doing this, we're offering those families who really need it, either because they have medically vulnerable children, or in a small number of cases, we do have students who are thriving in a virtual environment, that they have that option. But this way, we're offering it more cost effectively, hopefully pooling resources, and there'll be less of a management burden on CCSD because we can share that burden among the other districts.
My question remains, what about a needs assessment? How did the need come about for you all to make a decision that this is something that we needed?
The 4 superintendents who are part of the consortium talked with 4 other superintendents who are part of our region. So there were 8 superintendents meeting every other week, trying to figure out how we could reduce our costs to serve virtual students next year, because with the vaccines, with the progress that's being made, we know that children need to be back in school whenever that's possible. We don't think, especially K-5, that virtual is a good idea unless it's absolutely necessary to offer it. So instead of every district offering, we decided we could probably pool our resources. And in Charleston County, as I explained in my introductory comments, rather than asking people, would you prefer this or this, we simply want kids to come and enroll to come to school, but then apply if your family's in a position where you need the virtual option. We can't go out and do that till we get this board's permission. So otherwise, we're out in front of the board doing something that you haven't really given us permission to do. So by April 30th, we need to know here in Charleston how many K-8 families will not yet feel comfortable sending their children back to school. And given how well those kids have done this year, if they've been virtual, is that something we would recommend, or can we work out? So it's an iterative process. Today, we need permission to move forward with the kinds of waivers that would be required, not only for K-8, but for the 9 and 12 program, which we're going to run. But it was the superintendents who came up with this idea. And the reason we don't hire a fiscal agent for the consortium is that would increase costs of the consortium. We run on a bare bones budget with one district agreeing to be fiscal agent.
Dr. French?
Yes, I am a little concerned about this proposal because I know you said it's a work in progress, but it left me with so many questions because, you know, and you just said that the teachers would be employed by the home district, but you said they would be employed by the consortium, and their proposal says that they will be employed by the consortium, yet the host district, which would be us, because they say the largest district will be the host district and pay and handle all of the financials of the staff. It's in the proposal. No, don't, I'm sorry, but I feel a little disrespected that you're shaking your head at me. That is literally in the proposal.
Okay, I'm K-8 is separate from 9-12.
I'm talking about K through 8.
That might have been me.
I'm talking about K through 8. Right. And they said the teachers will be employed by the consortium and that the host district, which will be the largest district in the consortium, will funnel all of the payments to those teachers. So that means a lot of work for us. I've also realized that Berkeley County School District has already considered this proposal and rejected it. They are starting their own virtual school, which they're going to be talking about tomorrow night. And they have a much better defined proposal than this. They're going to do 9 through 12 and 3 through 8. And their staff has said that K through 2 is really not a good fit for virtual. I would like to see more about, you know, why you want to start a kindergarten. And I would like to know more about why we would have so much fiscal and time, effort, responsibility for this project.
So I don't mind answering the consortium part of it. We don't think that kindergarten is a good fit either. We don't recommend it. But in the event we have a medically fragile child who is not yet able to come to school, we need a way to serve that child. Charleston County has served as a fiscal agent for the consortium. It's Mr. Kennedy can speak to that after a bit if he wishes. And the largest district may not be Charleston. I don't know if it will be Charleston or not. It will very likely be Charleston. It may be that largest district is the district that has the most students participating. But what we do know is we need some sort of virtual option for K-8. Berkeley County is at the table talking about this as an option. If you live in Berkeley County and you enroll in Berkeley County's virtual program and their board moves forward with this option, you will be getting your virtual program. You enroll your child in your home school. It's exactly the way our virtual programs are working now. The program may or may not be taught by a teacher in that school. Now we're talking about the same thing. It's a service that it's provided virtually, and we're pooling resources so that every single district doesn't have to stand up this work. The only district that is not, as far as we know, going to offer any K-5 virtual is Dorchester 2, but they want to stay aligned with the consortium in the event they have a special case. So that's all we're asking for tonight.
I don't see how Berkeley County is going to need it because they're planning to have 75 students per grade in their program. They're not going to need us.
They are at the table in discussing about this proposal. I don't, that's all I know.
The board's not.
Well, we'll come back through for questions. Ms. Green?
I'm good, thank you.
Ms. Coakley?
I'm just a little confused too as to why we are creating something else, like another platform, like you say, virtual. I understand where we're at, but if we are sitting here stressing the fact that so many of our children have really lost academic achievement because of virtual learning, then number one, I don't think that should be something else we should be doing, is creating another virtual platform. Also, the teachers that are doing dual, we have teachers that are teaching virtually now and teaching in person. I almost feel like if we would have actually taken all those teachers and completely allowed them to be virtual, as they've been stressing from the beginning, we really would not be stressing to spend another dollar on another virtual platform. Thank you.
So I don't know if you wanted to answer. It's not another, it's in place of, and if the board wishes not to provide any virtual option K through whatever, that would be the board's choice.
Also, I do believe it is very rigorous between K through 8 to have children at that age as a virtual completely platform also.
Right.
Reverend Mack. Haven't had a chance.
So let me just understand clearly. We're trying to use the resources to provide the necessary options for students virtually, combining the different districts together. So in essence, 2 students from Berkeley, 2 students from Charleston, 2 students from Dorchester could be in one class, right, being taught by a teacher that could be from whatever the providing district is for that teacher. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So the goal is to provide options, and we clearly know that though we are still in the middle of the pandemic, that we could potentially still have parents that does not plan on sending their kids back to school, even come August, with the possibility. But I think the goal here, if I'm correct, not to put words in, but is to provide an option. But with the hopes of that at least 90% of our students potentially may be back in person. But if that's not the case, then we want to make sure that we have an outlet, a proven outlet, to be able to serve all kids and no one is left out. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. I'm good. Thank you.
Ms. Coates.
When did, so the question here is to allow y'all to apply for the waivers. When was the implied, we will partner with this entity to do this? You're not asking us for permission or a vote to partner with the Low Country Consortium. Is that, did I miss that? Or, because you're not asking that, you're asking for the waivers. If we approve the waivers, was the plan that it would be understood we had approved the partnership? Or I think I'm not used to seeing things like this kind of program come to us and you're not need board approval to not join the consortium, but to create this program.
So what we need approval on today is the waivers that are requested for virtual education, regardless of who offers it or where it's offered.
That's why I'm confused as to why this is rolled into requests for waivers that have nothing to, it clearly has to have something to do with this, or you wouldn't have these two things combined in the same.
Because the plan is, I think this, what staff is recommending, although we don't have to take action on it today, would be to do that partnership because it serves everybody's need, for the most part, would serve everybody's needs better from economies of scale to meeting the kids. So, but the step today is the waivers, and we'll need these waivers if we do virtual all by ourselves for K through 8 for hopefully a very small number of kids or parents who want that. So we need the waivers either way. Because
Right,
we
so
know,
I'm just trying to be clear that there's no, we can approve the waivers and they're not gonna, I don't know, I want to know if that means the staff's gonna leave here and start working on the consortium or wait until we approve the consortium. I don't want any implied extra work done. So if we approve the waivers, you won't be working on how to hire and staff the consortium because that's not what you're asking us to tell you to start doing.
That's a really good point. The motion that we're asking for tonight is to approve the waivers that are necessary for virtual school, regardless of who provides it. We then need to decide how we're going to approach our parents and what kinds of registration process, and then make a decision about the most effective and efficient way to provide virtual education. We already know that 9 through 12 will be provided here through Charleston.
But paying the consortium for the technical assistance as it's listed in here.
We already get it for
K8.
it's included. We don't have to pay anything extra for the technical assistance from they're providing that now.
They do that now.
They do that now. The individuals who head up the virtual programs in all of the districts already have a working group and they meet and pool their ideas and ask for the help they need. So all we need from the board tonight is permission to have the waivers to offer virtual education. And in the full transparency, we wanted to share with you that we are in conversation with the consortium, which we are, the boards and superintendents of these 4 districts are the consortium. It's not some other entity at all. And it may be the best way to go. It may not be the best way to go. We won't know that.
Our questions
until
about the
Dr. Fraser-
consortium and all of that really, now you do need us to have all that answered, because in here you say 6 weeks after we approve you applying for the waivers, you need parents registering for something. So between March 22nd and April 30th, you're very quickly going to have to pick how you do it before you open the enrollment. But today, if we have these kind of questions, we have more time to ask them and study them. This is just about waivers.
That's right. And forgive me, I feel like I presented this poorly because I think our hope is to the conversation we had at the beginning of the meeting that Dr. Postaway presented, and then as we were talking about academic goals, as you know, we're spending a lot of our resources holding up multiple modes of learning right now, whether it's regional remote, temporary virtual remote, a centralized virtual academy, all of which include curriculum, faculty, and a lot of staff who have been reallocated from their current positions, which are primarily around supporting schools in terms of gifted and talented curriculum instruction, CTE, our OTE office, and Bill's department that supports new teacher support. All of that right now is supporting schools around both virtual and in-person learning. We want to ensure that we're seeing meaningful gains on by far the majority of our students. We would like every student in Charleston County to come back for in-person learning. We recognize that may not be every family's situation. So we want the lightest, most cost-effective, high-quality program offering we can have. And by pooling resources, we're optimistic that that's the way to go. But as you said, we've done it ourselves. All that work would still have to be taken on by the district if we did it embedded. That means the processing, we would have to do that. And that's a burden that I would prefer, if we're able to share among several districts, because I think it allows us, the core academic team, to focus on the academic of in-person, which has been our challenge. And we have a lot of work to do that we have not been able to do because we're holding up multiple instructional programs. So forgive me for not being very clear, but I want to make sure that people understand the intent here is to offer an option to families, but to make sure that we're allowing our focus to be on our in-person quality programming.
And we're just talking about waivers.
We're just approving waivers.
Yep,
For
I'd like to
virtual
make a
courses.
motion to approve the waiver request for submission to the South Carolina Department of Education, SCDE, and State Board of Education /SBE.
The rest we can talk about or study at an
Different
appropriate
time.
time.
Ms. Waters, do you have a question?
You know, I'm not going to ask my question, but I would like for you all to be cognizant of when you all take up a lot of airspace and then shut conversations down before folks who haven't entered the conversation can ask a question, but I will table my question for later.
I mean, you can, just because there's a motion on the board, I mean, you can't ask your question. Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have any more questions? Dr. French?
I just want to say that I actually think it's a good idea to have a strong virtual program in our district, but I do think that we should do it. I think we're capable. I think when you say there may be just a small number of students that need it, you know, if Berkeley County thinks they need 75 students per grade, we're bigger than they are. And so I think we should look at that, you know, like Dr. Fraser said, there's the needs assessment. If we have a large number of students that need it, then, you know, let's figure out the best way to decide whether that's going to be a successful program and do it.
Obviously, a lot more discussion to be had on this subject. Can we move for the approval, please?
This is just for the waiver, is that?
Yes, just for the waiver, to apply to have virtual courses or to offer them.
Just.
Great, that motion passes.
And may I just say, thank you. What we want to avoid is having our own teachers burdened next year the way they were this year, because we weren't able to, we had a few kids here and a few kids there, and we had too many teachers trying to teach in person and virtual at the same time. So we didn't make that clear, and Carolyn and I together tried to tag team on this, but we should have thought more clearly about the way to help you understand what we were trying to do. So thank you for your forbearance, and on behalf of our teachers, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, other board committees, audit and finance, information committee review. Joyce, you want to do?
Information.
I'm sorry?
Information.
Okay. All right, anybody have any questions about that information that's presented for audit and finance?
So the waves that were presented in audit and finance is that the construction schedule that we're voting on March 22nd? It's not changing?
Yes, Mr. Burrow is nodding his head.
Okay. Couldn't find them.
What was your question, Cindy? I'm sorry.
Well, there's a list of the order in which these projects are going to be executed, and it's not published here. So the community is going to have to go to the Audit and Finance Committee, pull up their agenda, scroll down to page 47 out of 212 to look and see if this is something that they're okay with. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands that we're voting on that March 22nd. That's it.
Okay. Any other questions, Dr. French?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that the link for the video is not up. And so we need to provide that so that we can review it.
The link for the video from?
It's not in the public content. It doesn't tell us where to go to find it.
Oh, for the Audit and Finance Committee meeting.
That's probably true. That was last Tuesday, and Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we were working on vaccination plans. So I'm sorry. We'll get that on the website. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on audit and finance? All right, policy, Dr. French?
Yes. All right, the first item is policy JFABC, student transfer policy, first reading. And as it shows in the public content, the main reason for this adjustment is a bill that passed in the state legislature. Apparently, there was an issue about student transfers in the north area of Charleston County. This would mean that if you move into Charleston County or you move across Charleston County and you find that your school that your student is assigned to is 15 or more road miles away from where you live, then the receiving constituent district, or i.e. school, must accept a child residing in the newly established residence. This language is a little confusing, but basically this means if you want to transfer across constituent districts, then the receiving constituent district of the transfer should find a seat for you in a school that is not already at capacity. And that language in the draft actually mentions the receiving district may assign the student to a school that has available seats. That's not in the public part, the background. Is there a motion?
Move to approve the first reading of policy JFABC.
I will second, but I'm confused.
It's confusing language.
So are we saying that if you move from North Charleston to Mount Pleasant and you live a certain miles away, they determine what middle school you go to?
Do you mind?
Yeah, Ms. Ham might need to jump in because this language
I'm asking for a legal interpretation.
directly-
Because I mean, that's what it says, that the constituent district may assign the student to a school that has available seats. That sounds like they have the choice of where that student attends school.
So very similar to the transfer process, right? So what would happen, in your example, you indicated that a student moved from North Charleston to Mount Pleasant. Once they got to the Mount Pleasant constituent district, if the school that they're assigned to, their home school at that point, is more than 15 road miles away from their actual home, and D1 is a closer school, then they can apply for a transfer to that constituent district. And if there's space in that closer school or another school within that constituent district, then the constituent board would have to accept the transfer.
So if they move to Mount Pleasant in the Moultrie attendance zone, and I'm using that, Kate, as an example because it's a perennially overpopulated school, they're not denied being able to go to that school because they live in that attendance zone.
That is correct. That would not
Okay,
change.
That just got a little. The intent, if you mind, because I talked to the person in the delegation who provided, the intent was that if you moved someplace and the school you're zoned for is 15 miles away or more, then you can go to a closer school that might not be in your zone. You can transfer for that. That's what the intent was.
So if they move to McClellanville,
If
they can pick which middle school and.
No.
They wouldn't be able to pick.
No.
You know, if this,
I'm saying McClellan because every middle school in Mount Pleasant is more than 15 miles from most of those houses. So how does this work in real world? They move to McClellanville. How does this
If they
work?
move to Tupelo, which is in North Mount Pleasant, but they're zoned in Tupelo, they're zoned for D1. It's D1. But Carolina Park, they go to elementary school, but Carolina Park is closer and St. James Santee is more than 15 miles away. They can apply to go to Carolina Park as an example. It's not going to happen very often because I think our zoning
Gonna
is
be 15 miles away.
Right.
Out of the zone.
Right.
It just sounds funny the way it just sounds odd that the receiving district may assign the student to a school that has available seats.
right, so we quoted the language from the legislation. I can attempt to make it a bit more clear without straying from the actual intent of the legislation if the board so desires.
Yeah, I think I would be appreciative of that because I didn't think about that idea that wherever you're trying to transfer to, should it be less than 15 miles away or does that matter? How does the constituent, the receiving district is just whoever you're asking for the transfer request to, right? So if you request a different school and you live in D1, but you're requesting a school in D2, still the constituent board has leeway to say, well, you can't go necessarily to the one that you picked out because it's already overcrowded.
Correct.
So
Like
you
Carolina
need to
Park.
go, we're going to suggest that you go here instead.
Just an assign kind of got me a little.
Yeah.
So I think that there is a motion, but I just want to ask whether or not you want to include for staff to clean up the language a bit, to make it more clear.
I think if we're all confused, I think that'd be helpful. The thing is the legislature passed, so I don't know if we need to refer to that wording, but you can make it clear for everybody, really. I'd be fine with that.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be great.
Motion has been moved in second, hasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So are we adding something in addition to that motion?
So do we need a friendly amendment to ask staff to clean up the language?
Or I can change the motion to say, instead of motion to approve first reading of policy JFABC and ask staff to make it easier to understand for our March 22nd meeting. Can we change that, Julie? Does that make sense? Is that what we're looking for?
So let's say motion to approve first reading of policy JFABC and ask staff to clean up language for clarity before the March 22nd meeting.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did you need me to repeat that? Oh, okay, so people have to change their vote.
Okay.
So what are we doing? Are we ignoring the one that's in?
Yeah, I think she's
Ignoring
gonna,
the vote.
she's gonna start over. Give us a new one, Julie.
Kate, Kate,
Yes, sorry.
you made the first motion. Can you make a motion to withdraw your first motion and then state your second motion with more
So
more
I'd like
clarity?
to withdraw my first motion, and I'd like to make a new motion saying, I'd like to move to approve first reading of policy JFABC and ask staff to clean it up and make it for clarity for the March 22nd meeting.
Thank you.
So whoever, somebody second that?
Second.
Let's see, I'm having, so the motion passes with unanimously. Thank you. Next is policy BDE, item 5C.
Move to approve.
The second reading.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
That's great.
Yes. I'd like for someone to share with me why we are moving operations.
Why are we moving up?
Operations out of the agenda portion of this.
Dr. French, would you like me to answer that?
Yes, even though it doesn't say that you're the originator, I thought that you were the originator of
I think,
this.
yes, I was. So when we first moved to the committee of the whole, I'd have to go back and look and see, we based the policy off of Greenville's policy, and we made some changes to it, and we originally had an operations committee. If anybody wants to address who was on the board, we ended up that the operations committee spent a lot of time, took up a lot of everybody's time on things that really weren't impacting student achievement. And so we decided most of the operations things are handled through either policy or sometimes audit and finance, like the building plan, transportation. So they're handled and they're addressed. Some of it is done through workshops, but if we do operations, we'd add another hour or two to this meeting to do things that really, when you look at what our board role is, our board role isn't to the operations piece, the execution piece of what we're doing is the staff's role. So that's why we have not had an operations liaison for probably at least 3 years. So those operational pieces have been handled in other areas instead of having an operations liaison to the committee of the whole. And we've talked about it.
Yeah, we have talked about it. I just wanted to point out that last year, Ms. Green was appointed as operations liaison.
No.
That's what it showed.
That was policy.
It's policy.
Yeah, never have been operated.
Here's policy.
Oh, okay.
So
something else. So there's something I'm remembering wrong, I guess.
Ms. Green was the chair. We had a procurement issue that she chaired that, but we haven't had an operations liaison for, I'd have to go back and look, but I would bet it's about 3 years, 2 or 3 years.
Okay. So I'm going to just say that the idea that that our work takes time, it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. I think that some of the operations issues that come up are important, like the capital improvements and things like that. So we need to, I think we should think about that. But I also want to go around the room. Mr. Green, did you have any questions?
I don't have any questions. I just think, you said Ms. Green?
I did say Ms. Green.
Oh, okay. I don't have any questions. I just, y'all kind of know where my head always is about this stuff, and we are getting the information we need through audit and finance, and I don't see the need to create, and it doesn't have anything about to do with time, but in terms of what our responsibilities are, I think we're getting the information that we need to act on.
Ms. Hardwick,
No question.
Ms. Coakley?
I just want to be able to understand. So whatever it takes for me to understand and for clarification, whether it's, having that extra part or, receiving that information, I just want to be able to receive the information and get it and make sure that whoever's doing it is being held accountable. So if there's a person that's there that's actually holding them accountable and making sure the work's getting done, then I'm fine.
Ms. Coates?
I'm fine.
Ms. Waters? Mr. Reverend Mack? Sorry.
I'm good.
Mr. Arby?
I'm good.
Dr. Frazier?
Yes, ma'am. Have we taken a look at best practices for this particular?
Well, it sounds like Ms. Darby said that they had looked at what some other districts are doing. Greenville is another large district like ours, so I would say that that's probably similar. I don't know that we've looked at best practices though, and we do have time between now and March 22nd to do that, maybe? Like,
I'd like to recommend that we take a look at best practices, especially since we're having such a large building program.
Well, we have a motion and a second on the floor, so it's either.
so do you want to make a motion or a friendly amendment?
Yeah, either.
I'd like to add a friendly amendment that we take a look at best practices before we approve this amendment.
Ms. Darby,
So
did you make the motion?
I did make the motion. Or do you make the motion? Did you make it or did I make it?
I did not.
You made it, I seconded it.
Okay, sorry.
So I would say I don't want to have that friendly amendment because I'm not sure what best practices we're looking at. I think if we're talking about looking at best practices related to the building program, we're on our 5th building program, and staff could spend a whole day showing us the best practices of that particular piece. If it's transportation, they could show us that. So I'm not sure.
I don't think that she was asking about best practices of managing capital projects. She was talking about best practices of oversight of the operations. Is that correct, Dr. Frazier?
I mean, if somebody wants to spend the time to go and look at that, if Dr. Frazier wants to go and look at that, that's great. But I think, when we formed the committee of the whole, we looked at best practices then. And I think, I've said my piece. I think our focus needs to be on making our schools better. And we're addressing the operations stuff in a number of different ways, plus staff is communicating it to us in a number of different ways. So if we're reading the information we're getting, we should be up to speed, and the times that we need to give input, those are being presented to us on a very regular basis.
Dr. French.
Yes.
I guess I'd be remiss if I don't ask this question before we leave, and because we spent a lot of time on this conversation. Is there something that's missing that we're not getting, that we're trying to get information for the entire board? I guess that is the underlying question. Is there something that we're not getting information-wise, or you feel that you're not getting that needs to be covered?
Well, I think that operations is a crucial component of any school district. And I just wanted to know why we were taking it out. And I just wanted Ms. French to maybe contact the School Boards Association to see what the best practices are for this particular policy.
Okay. before we approve
So,
it. So nothing
So right
specific
now,
per se.
well, right now we have, I'm sorry. So, yeah, we do have a motion and a second, and we're discussing it, correct? Did you get it? Do you feel like you know the answer to your question, Reverend Matt?
Do I feel I know the answer to my question?
Yes, yes, from Dr. Frazier, yes.
Well, I'm not trying to get an answer to my question. I guess I'm just, as of right now, I'm putting on the hat as the board chair.
Okay.
Because I want to make sure that we're having a discussion here, and I want to make sure that, you know, if there information that's not being shared, or you feel that we're not covering something, you know, what is that? So that we can make sure that that information is being shared to the entire board. So, but if there's nothing specific, then I guess we're just,
Yes, Ms. Waters.
Just to piggyback on what Dr. Frazier was saying, I do think that if all that she's requesting is information, I'm not sure what's wrong with allowing that information to be provided. I think Dr. Frazier has asked questions about this particular thing numerous times, and I think we should just get what we need so that she can be satisfied, or we can take action. I just don't want to. I think it's just information that I think would help us all better understand how we should be moving forward with these committees and what our oversight needs to be.
Okay, so you.
I guess that's what I was getting at. I mean, is there something that's missing? What is it? You know, so that we can make sure that we're supplying that information.
Well, I think.
May I?
Certainly, Ms. Coates.
I think you're right.
Who?
All of you.
No,
I'm a Libra. All of you are right. But what we're dealing with here is we're trying to deal with this balance that says when we find out that there's $14 million missing and we get eviscerated in the paper, and we've never asked the district, which Mr. Kennedy has since saved us by providing monthly updates. They're provided in a forum that allows us to ask questions, not in a board request and then stuck at the bottom of a Friday update, and we have no opportunity to nuance or understand it. I think that's kind of where she's at, is that we don't necessarily want to say, here's how you should operate, but we approve initiatives, new positions, mission critical items from 2019. We probably need to find a healthy balance that says that stuff is in a transparent way and in a forum in which we can ask just questions be presented to us. And I don't agree with you, Dr. Frazier, that it necessarily has to happen every month in an operations committee, but I think we could incorporate something of that nature into the annual plan that just says we approved, and I'm just thinking of an example. We approved a charter school director. Did you hire him? We approved a study for a 9-12 Montessori school. Where are we on that study? Not we are going to manage the district, but when we send out that budget and it's usually got, the things that it's going to have in the next, maybe there ought to be a formalized system, more of let's talk about those things on a somewhat regular basis. I don't agree with you that it needs to be monthly, but I do agree with you that I see what you're asking for. And maybe that's something the board needs to consider.
Time.
But I don't think it's
time. Sorry.
So I think one of the things that Dr. French and Ms. Herderick and Ms. Green and I did a call to talk about the annual plan and just how to cover that stuff. We do cover that stuff in, like, when we do workshops, and we've talked about how those have been so helpful, but there's nothing that prevents us from saying, as a group, for the committee of the whole meeting in the summer, we want to hear about whatever it is, whatever you're just talking about, or we want to get quarterly in our other business, we want to get an update on transportation, or, the building plan you'll hear a lot about. But if there's something like that that we want to do, we can always have that on the agenda. That doesn't, if we add an operations piece, we will try to fill that time with stuff. And I just think that that's not our best use of our time. But we still, the things that are important to all of us from an accountability standpoint, and being able to report back to our constituents, you know, that I know about A, B, and C, we can put those on the agenda. That's not, so I don't want anybody to think that means we never can talk about something that somebody deems as operational. We can, but adding the operational liaison, in my opinion, and what I have seen, will just make us take whatever time we spent today and divide, you know, we're going to spend more time on that. We'll feel like we have to fill up that space, whereas we can accomplish the same thing as needed when those issues arise or when we want to hear about those issues, just through other business on the agenda.
Right. Okay. Were there any more questions about that? I just want to point out that another part of the policy change was about timing for questions during committee of the whole. And I don't know if anyone had any questions about that. And I don't see any more questions, so I think we should go ahead and vote.
Did he just say he was Oh, come on.
Jeff,
No.
Mr.
No, no,
Barone.
no.
What are you?
Mr. Barone, can you please give me some heat? I am freezing up here.
No,
I
don't listen.
second that.
Skinny people need to get their own little space heaters up in here, but the rest of us are getting central air.
Do not turn the heat on, please.
Can you help me?
My feet cold.
Jeff is just like, can I leave the room?
My feet cold.
Depends on how this vote goes. This is more
Huh?
work for Mr. Barone.
Yeah,
What you say?
depends on how this vote goes.
Okay. All right.
All right. Has everybody voted? Dr. Frazier, can you vote, please?
Now that you've said it.
You are.
That tab right there. I do.
Freezing my hand is going. I'm doing like this.
Still waiting for votes. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that is 5 yeas, 2 nays, 2 abstains. So the motion passes. And the next one is policy FF, naming of facilities. And I'm going to ask Ms. Taylor if she doesn't mind briefing us on that.
Board members, put your coat on. Hey, I'm not sure if you can hear me. A longtime revered teacher who art teacher who taught at Moultrie Middle School and other schools at Mount Pleasant for over 25 years. The school community would like to name the art room in her honor. And so the necessary community stakeholders gathered to present that information to the district. We followed policy FF. We held a naming committee meeting, and it was unanimous that you all should consider naming the art room on her behalf. And her name is Claire Tuber. Are there any questions?
Toybert, it's Toybert, yeah. So
I'm
can I make a motion?
Absolutely.
I move to approve the recommendation of the naming committee for the art room at Moultrie Middle School to be named the Claire Toybert Art Room.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, then I think we'll go ahead and vote. The motion passes, and that concludes the section of policy.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is item 6A, legislative update.
Good evening, members of the board. How y'all doing this evening?
Good evening.
Good, good. So I'm gonna dive right into my legislative summary for this past week. It was a good week for public education educators this week. We're a step closer to getting the teacher step increase passed.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic? Yeah.
What about now? Is that better?
Not really.
Is that mic working?
Hold on, she's working. Somebody's working on it.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There it is. That was a little bit better.
Is that better?
Eric is so cold over here, he can't hear.
Yeah. And Jeff will not help me out. I don't know what it is.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, as I was saying, it was a good week this week for educators and public education. The Senate passed the step increase legislation, so we are one step closer to getting that bill done. Of course, that takes care of the step increase for one lump sum payment as well as the fringe benefits for our teachers. So if the House decides to concur with the Senate amendments, that bill will head to the desk this week. In terms of spending, the Ways and Means Committee this past week passed their FY 21-22 budget to the full House. And they had several items that funded public education that were good for the districts and teachers as well as students. There was $73 million that was allocated to the base student cost this year. $5.5 million for to provide a school nurse in each school. $30 million for broadband expansion. $10 million for instructional materials, and about another $10 million to expand 4K in our state for additional 600 students. Just to give you an update on the budget bill, of course, at this point in time, there's it's a $9.8 billion spending plan. And we have 2 more board economic advisors meetings this month, April and in May. And so the final budget won't get completed until sometime in June. And of course, we had the $1.9 trillion COVID relief package. That's going to probably allocate another $130 billion, excuse me, to public education. So our General Assembly is going to probably extend their session this year to do an additional supplemental budget. You're talking about nearly $1.5 to $2 billion for supplemental appropriation combined with the $9.8 billion budget we have for this year. Another item that was discussed this week was the Schools of Innovation legislation. Of course, 3589 had passed the House and was in the Senate. And the Senate said S-208, which was a school innovation bill by Greg Hemry for special order this week. So they took extended debate and they passed the Schools of Innovation bill in the Senate this week. And they made a procedural move where they inserted the language from the Senate amendment into the House bill. So that bill will be going back to the House. So potentially this week, the Schools of Innovation bill could pass and be heading to the governor's desk too as well. So that's just some of the highlights of what happened this past legislative week. And I can certainly answer any questions at this time.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ms. Green.
I don't know if you can do this, but what's the status of the 2021 budget?
So there won't be no.
They didn't do last year.
Right, there won't be a 2021 budget.
They're going to do it all at once.
It'll be all at
Okay,
once.
gotcha.
Certainly.
Okay.
Any other questions? Dr. Frazier?
My question concerns the Schools of Innovation bill. Wasn't it amended? And then another bill was introduced to replace it?
Right, so what they did was the House bill was recalled from committee, 3589. And then they inserted the Senate amendment into that House bill. So therefore, it sort of shortens the timeline in terms of getting the bill passed. So that bill will go back over to the House and they can either concur or non-concur with the bill. And so if they decide to concur in the House, it will go directly to the governor's desk for the signature.
Other questions?
And I think I provided all the details of the amendment in our report as well.
Yeah, no question. I'd just like to say, Mr. Campbell, thank you so much for providing the update. I really do appreciate the information that's been shared. It's very knowledgeable and informative to us. And this type of discussion and dialogue kind of help educate us even more so as real-time things are happening. So we definitely do appreciate the report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Coates, do you have any questions for their legislative update? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
And waiting 3 hours for your opportunity.
Yeah, and spending all the afternoon with us in this very comfortable room.
Cold.
Temperaturely comfortable. Okay, item 6B is the ad hoc committee to review legislative advocacy report. Ms. Coates?
So Eric, you want me just to?
Yes, give an
Okay.
overview. Yes, please. Well, let me first say this. Let me just say
Never mind.
thank you to the ad hoc committee that expended time in creating this report that's going to be discussed tonight as we move forward. I want to put that out there first.
Thank you. I didn't know I had to do this, so give me a moment for it to open.
Just a brief overview.
But generally, the ad hoc committee met, the report is in your packet. I think the overarching themes from our meetings, as well as from the email input that we got from various board members, is that we do think we need a strong and appropriately expert level entity or person that would help guide us through some of the legislation that winds through Columbia. I think this wasn't necessarily an issue before a couple of years ago, but it is an issue now and will be an issue for probably, and Mr. Campbell can correct me if I'm wrong, for probably the next 2 to 3 years, because the General Assembly has made a commitment to discuss education. That doesn't mean they are going to agree on that, but they've made a commitment to have that discussion. So I think you'll see more legislation and conversations flowing. And so we kind of looked at the resources that we already pay for, that we already ask for and get, and said, how do we fill those gaps? And do we fill them with someone that we employ or the district? And we very clearly said, no human would come to work for 9 bosses who don't agree with each other. So that really needs to be employed by the district. So that really was the thing, is we need a, seriously, hi, come to work for us. All 9 of us will call you before 8 a.m. every day and tell you what to do.
You spoke about the superintendent.
Yeah, but so we think that the district should employ an entity or an individual of that caliber. We think that because it's a unique relationship, that we are so much the topic of discussion. I don't see any slowing down of this current culture that says school boards are accountable for what these districts are doing, and they are going to be held accountable by the General Assembly. We have three school districts in South Carolina in which the school board has been removed because the district has not done, has either had educational or financial issues, financial malfeasance, and financial warnings are part of the ability to remove the school board member. So I think that while this person is employed by the district, this relationship where they communicate with us in such a way that we can ask questions and communicate back with them is pretty important. I think that the recommendations that came out of our ad hoc committee are the 6 that were there. First, of course, the first ones are talking about the use of help in navigating how the legislation goes. We do think a board member should be appointed or elected by the board to serve as the legislative liaison. There's no reason to have the expenses related of having that person come to every board meeting. We could have a board liaison that possibly could be a point person for those communications and those research and direct report to the board at the will of the chair. We think that we should continue. We were very, as a committee, we were very pleased with the weekly updates.
We think that's a good thing. We think that that in some format should continue, sir. We do know that the board, we play two roles. We're a board and we're individuals. And we're 5 people on a 9-person board can agree on one position of pending legislation, which means 4 people don't. So we can choose to take a position on pending legislation or remain neutral. We would, ask that individual board members retain the right to speak to their legislators regarding their personal and individual opinions of specific legislation. As long as we kind of self-manage ourselves to make sure that we're clearly indicating that we're speaking for ourselves, and that we do think there could be some updates to the policy BJ that could help in implementing some of these proposals.
Okay.
Well, that's okay. Thank you, Cindy.
Questions?
Any questions on that item?
I actually have a question. What does action mean for this?
Just action or information.
It's information. I'm on the wrong one.
Yep,
Thank you. Good.
to approve recommendations of the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee.
So that's what I was gonna say. I don't know if y'all think those recommendations are ready for prime time or to be implemented as written.
So I
Well-
think this is an opportunity to ask questions, and everyone had the opportunity to review. And if there were any major concerns, there's one out of this that I would like the board to allow me to do at the next board meeting, but I will save that for last. Go ahead.
Any other
thank
questions,
you.
Dr. French?
Yes, I would just want to say thank you for the report. I thought that it was very well thought out and definitely addressed a lot of the concerns that we all raised. And as policy liaison, I'd be happy to work with the members of the committee to make sure that we get the BJ policy updated, and whether that includes all of these recommendations or we find another way to include them in policy. Let's do that. Be happy to work with you.
All right, any other questions or comments?
So I see the importance, of course, because the ad hoc committee was formed and suggestions have come back. And as we look at embracing these recommendations at the next board meeting, and this is how important I see it is, I like to go ahead and appoint a board liaison or recommend a board liaison to be the legislative representative for the board, so that we can start having dialogues and conversations of things that are of importance as we continue to move forward, so we can be abreast and be informed as legislations are happening, bills are introduced, and these things that we need to be having conversations about, we can have them early on as being necessary.
Okay, do we have a motion?
I do. I would like to move that we take action on the recommendations of the Legislative Ad Hoc Committee by updating our policy and also allowing for the appointment of a legislative delegate liaison for the board at the March 22nd meeting.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the recommendations, update the policies, and appoint a liaison, right? Did I get it? Okay, and do I have a second? Oh, I'm sorry. No, second? Ms. Coakley, second. Thank you.
And then I think Dr. Postlewaite had a question.
Oh, okay, Dr. Postlewaite?
I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good.
all right, Julie, you got that? All right, so any discussions on that motion? Okay, I think, can you see it? Okay.
But the only question I have is, do we have to suspend policy BDE to appoint a new liaison as part of this motion?
So.
Because we don't have that created yet, and I think we would update that in policy, but I think, did we just,
I
this
think
is
as long
okay.
as the policy's silent, he has the authority through other policies to do it, but
Okay,
once it
just
becomes a
wanted to
position, it
clarify.
needs to, and Ms. Waters and I talked about that. Once it becomes something, it would probably need to line up with the other liaison appointments.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so we're good?
Yeah.
All right. Everybody please vote. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. The next item 6C is the board annual work plan. Dr. Postway, you want to talk on this? Or do you-
Just very quickly, 3 changes since last time. One, Mrs. Coates had mentioned all the things that are listed in policy that are supposed to come to the board as reports. And we're at 49 pages in terms of the superintendent's responsibilities from the board policy, but Natalie, Ms. Ham's office is handling that, and we don't have the analysis of which reports exactly are due based on various board policies. So we'd be happy to attach that as an addendum to this. They don't all have to come to board meetings, but we should have a list of what's due to the board when, so you could sort of check that off. So that's the first thing. The second thing, we made a note in the red font that says that the SEC focus on student achievement items might change a little bit once we see exactly what the priorities are and the goals and evaluation pieces. We want that to align. And then the third thing is that we added, you'll see at the end of July, the last bullet says a quarter 4 progress report. So when to the points that the excellent points the board made earlier today, as we were looking at priorities, goals and strategies, this all needs to line out so that it's a work plan. It's first of all, it's a work plan for the board. It becomes a work plan for me. It's a work plan for all of us and for schools, so that it's all part of a master plan. That's the idea, is to pull all this together. So I think we've incorporated everything that the board asked of us into this document, with the exception of finishing the compilation of all of the reports that are due at various times. And again, I think that probably belongs in an appendix, because we'll end up with a cumbersome document if we try to put, like I said, there's 49 pages here. And so if you would allow us to get that crisp and attach an addendum to this as soon as we can get it completed. Ms. Ham, is there anything you wanted to add?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Okay, questions? Dr. Fraser? No. Dr. French?
Just to clarify, so that would be sent to us as a PDF. I'm hoping that you don't feel like you have to print it all out. All the 49
No, in
pages.
fact, I think that this is, first of all, it's in this sort of format with a column to check off. And these are the things I'm supposed to do. They're not all reports to the board though. So that's, Ms. Ham is trying to get that in a much more concise format, and then just attach it with this. So every single time you look at the work plan, you'll have the ability to reference.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate you doing that.
It's Ms. Ham's.
Ms. Ham, because I
Thank you,
know,
Ms. Ham.
yes, you do a lot of good work. Thank you.
Any other questions, Dr. French?
I'll come back
Okay.
around.
Ms. Green? No. Ms. Herderich? Ms. Coakley? Ms. Coates? Ms. Waters? Or Matt? See, I knew. Dr. French?
Okay, so yeah, I guess the main thing is that I would just say that this is a guideline. This is our guideline for the year. There, of course, could be things that come up and some changes, but that we would try to give everyone good advance notice on any changes, right?
Yes, and so one thing, not to add more work, and I wasn't going to bring this up, but as an example, in the board, the priorities that was Ms. Taylor's part, talked about some different community engagement. And I would hope that as some of that is decided on and where we're engaging when, that we would add that in here. So we would know far, we'd know kind of far out in advance, okay, we're doing this community engagement this month, and this month, and we're doing this parent engagement, so then we can participate where we are
Right.
able to, that kind of thing. So yes, this is not a set in stone and we never look at it again or we don't make any changes. We would definitely could update it for
Okay.
sure.
And the other part of that was looking at policy BDAA with another board member, and the work plan is usually scheduled April 1st through March 31st, not on the fiscal year calendar. So can we agree to adjust that?
I'm not sure why that is in there in that kind of a calendar. I mean, I know when we did that, and I could go into a long story about that, but I won't. So I think that's maybe a discussion we could have and decide and make, because it seems to me to be more on, it ought to be on what the fiscal year calendar should be. So could we talk about that? And then we could clean it up to either we're going to be on the April calendar or we're going to be on the fiscal year calendar. But if we go that way, we could change the policy.
So may I?
Sure.
Make a comment? Since the three of us were the ones who wrote that policy, we did it because the superintendent, and it's embedded in the policy, needs to know some of the stuff we're doing in terms of goals as they set their budget. So for us to start talking, I think then we're back to that chicken and an egg thing. But if you read the policy, it says that it's set up in April so that staff can make decisions and react to that work plan to properly align internal operational systems and processes.
Right, but it means, so I think we're doing that. We're doing it a month early and doing it in March. I personally don't think we need to end it in April. We're making the decision.
I have something for that, because I think and this would help Dr. Frazier, is that I would say that we align it to the policy effective next month. So we just take April 2022 and turn it into April 2021 and run it through from there. So you've got actually an April through March document here if we just go into the April 2022 and do it next month. And I do think that there's a value in, and I will make this into, where's our parliamentarian? I will make a motion that we align it effective next month so that it begins next month, and include a quarterly district operations presentation and have that in March, June, September, and November. I said November because December would just be really hard on staff with all the holidays coming through. And that would be an opportunity where if we chose once a quarter, we can have discussions about the initiatives, the mission critical items, and et cetera.
Okay, but the plan that's in front of us, and I'm going to the policy right now, the plan that in front of us right now starts in July, right?
So what I would say is start it in April, take April 2022 and just start April 2022 next month. Then you've got April 2021, May 2021, June 2021, July, August, and it just keeps running through.
Okay, but I
might be a couple of things that don't align completely. The SWIMBY plan in April 2022, is that based on the study that we're doing? Or is that an annual?
This is annual, so it's not based on, it's something that was going to be done in April for all the time. So I don't think it's specific to April of 2022 per se. I think it's just when the chosen start date.
Okay, one question. Have you made that as a formal motion? Are you making that as a motion? Or could we?
So for Julie, yes. May I make a motion?
Can I ask you a question before you do? Yes. Just not to make it more complicated. The policy says the annual work calendar will end each year in April. And I think it should say, maybe in April we'll align, but I don't think, it doesn't mean we don't do anything in May and June, but you're saying
we start a new one in April.
All
this thing is
okay.
right. You didn't plan this for 1 year. We're planning an annual event.
All right. Sorry, that took me a minute.
So I just moved that we align the annual board committee work plan with the policy and include a quarterly district operations presentation in March, June, September, and November for staff to update and discuss initiatives, mission critical items, funded items in the budget. And then it's instituted.
All of that is yours?
Wait, hold on. So we have a motion.
I will if it gets a second.
Right, hold on. So do we have a second?
A second.
All right, Dr. French seconds it. Hold on, Joyce, I'll get you. Let's get it clarified for Julie. That's spending. Thank you. All right, Ms. Green.
Just look at you.
Can you define exactly what you mean by operations presentation quarterly? What's included in that?
So when we approve the budget and we approve a new position, this would include a time for the district to come and tell us if they filled that position and is that position executing? I think we have one coming up, and there's no system that says we'll ever find out when the diversity person's hired or on board, unless we remember to ask about it and get a board update.
And so who determines what's included in that operations presentation?
The board. And I put some suggestions, which would basically tie it to mission critical, advanced ed, budget, and any initiatives they've asked us to approve in the prior 12 months. So like the report we got for the report we got today, we found out what schools actually are doing Bridges math when we had approved Bridges math, that sort of thing.
I think that's somewhat, well, okay, I think it's somewhat repetitive, but anyways, okay, I understand what you're saying.
And Dr. Postaway?
I just wanted to ask Mrs. Coates, the mission critical language, could we use something that incorporates the goals and priorities the board is discussing
right, and
now?
that's why it's kind of loose is to do that. But the object is, Dr. Frazier is correct. We've got 2019 mission critical things that y'all have not started. And unless we remember to go ask you, it never gets talked about. And we just kind of don't want those things to fall off. And I think what would happen in that particular scenario is we've decided that a 9-12 Montessori high school isn't in a priority to spend time and money to do the research. It's just a simple come back and go, this isn't just hanging out there, it's done. And those kind of things. And we can incorporate it to say the goals instead of mission critical. Thank you. But that sort of thing. So in this scenario with the stuff that you have, once we have begun instituting the DEI Institute, that would be a place where we would know at least once a quarter, you're going to come back and tell us how that's going, to Mrs. Waters' desire to know the progress or those things or the strategies.
Ms. Coates.
Thanks.
Right, hold on. So Cindy, are you changing your motion going to be?
Yeah, so Julie, I think you changed a word.
To be
for
goals
Julie.
and priorities.
Critical goals, district goals and strategies.
Instead of mission critical.
Yeah, board goals and strategies.
Board goals and strategy. Pointing that out, Dr. French, or did you have something else?
That was it.
Okay, thank you. All right, anybody have any other questions or comments? Is that?
I do. Just kind of help me understand exactly what we're trying to accomplish here. And I'm trying to process what has been presented, and I'm trying to process what Cindy just motion that was just made and seconded. And I'm trying to process what Joyce Ms. Green just commented. So exactly what are we trying to accomplish?
So we're trying to accomplish that it is instituted, that there'll be a period of time in which we get updates on those initiatives that we approved in the budget. That it is instituted that we get updates on their advanced work on what they've done since 2018 on the advanced ed report. And that way, when it's instituted, it doesn't become where we suddenly remember something and then you suddenly remember something and you suddenly remember something. Wait a minute, what are we doing about the magnet schools? We did phase 1, where's phase 2? If we would institute a period of time to review the budget initiatives, like hiring the charter school director, that would be an example from last year. We would have gotten a report at some point that says this person has not been hired or has been hired. What we're looking to do is show the public and the legislation and the State Department of Education that we are paying attention to how the district is operating with those funds we've approved and those initiatives we funded, because those become reasons they can remove boards if we don't follow up. Okay. We're not asking them, we're not telling them how to do it, we're asking them to tell us they did it. Okay. Like before today, how many elementary schools did you know had the Bridges math program, which we approved 2 budgets ago? Something like that, and it came in a piece of paper and we're good to go.
Okay, so just one final question, and I understand exactly what you're saying now. So how would how would that information be reflected back, in other words, in a dashboard per se, or over a course of period of time? I mean, how are we looking? We're about to vote on this, so I just want to make sure that the delivery method that we're looking for is actually going to happen according to the vote that we're trying
Well,
to get.
much like I think that when we're done with this, that we're going to have to figure out exactly how they provide the some of these other things. For example, update on partnerships. We get updates on partnerships according to this thing every March. No idea what it looks like, but we're agreeing that this is a framework to start with. I would say that my request for this kind of update shouldn't have more or have to have more specificity than update on partnerships has at this point. We can create that specificity without letting it go out of control. We could even do it so far as having another conversation as to what that should include.
Yeah, so I think that's important.
I think it might be important for all of these items that don't have specificity to how they're going to be delivered or what it really is supposed to be.
Right. Right. Okay. Just as long as we're throwing that, because if that's the route that we're going to go, then there needs to be some type of dashboard or some type of.
And I think it should be very tightly limited to goals and strategies, budget initiatives approved, those sorts of things.
Okay.
Right.
May I ask a question?
Yep.
So actually, Reverend Max, so I'm going to ask a question about what do you mean by a dashboard? Is that going to be something on the website or something?
No, so what I'm trying to get to the delivery method of what the motion is crafting right now as to how we're going to be getting this information back.
Presenting to us a follow-up report.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I thought it would happen at the CAL meetings because that's the plan, the work plan is for the CAL.
Right. This is going to happen in a CAL.
So these would happen in CAL
Information
meetings.
only.
Right.
So
As
look at
opposed
this,
to a
Reverend Mac,
dashboard.
This might help. So all I did was add one word to their already decided other. And I only added it 4 times.
Got it.
And perhaps we can make sure, as we're deciding on what's going to be in those 4 times a year, that it's, as you said, tightly focused on board priorities. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions or comments? Julie, can you put that motion up there? Do you mind? Do we have a second?
It's a paragraph.
I
right now.
second. Did you second? Okay. Dr. Prince. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. All right. Okay. So the motion is to align, you all can see it. Okay, so we have that. Let me just ask Dr. Postlewaite, from a staff perspective, is that doable and what we've been talking about?
As long as when we decide what the work plan looks like, it aligns with the board priorities so that I know exactly what you're expecting every month. And if there's something left over from 3 years ago that I think we've put to bed and responded to, that there's a way to put it to bed.
Right.
If we could keep the same chart, we report on the progress every single time. And if there's a change, we all understand the change. When it's time to evaluate the superintendent or the staff or principals, all of us understand what was expected of us. And there's not last minute haranguing about who was supposed to do what when. We have an opportunity to focus on getting more children ready to take advantages of the opportunities in our community. And if we are very focused, we can make some progress on that, but it isn't easy. If we just open up another early college high school, for example, that creates another choice school. Sooner or later, we're bleeding students off of neighborhood schools. It takes a long time to think through those things. And so we all have limited time. I just want us to spend the next 19 months and 2 weeks focused on those things that are intentional about giving more kids more opportunities and indicators that let us know that's happening. Period. That's what I want to do, and I think that's what you want to do. But we get fearful of making mistakes on little things And sometimes we focus overly much on things that don't matter to children and teachers and their parents. So thank you for asking me. I know it's been a long meeting. I appreciate the opportunity just to say we can do this, but we're going to have to manage our time wisely.
Okay, I think that hits the nail on the head. All right, y'all ready to vote? Okay.
I have a question about the next item before there's a motion.
Okay, so that motion passes. All right, Dr. French, you had a question?
Yes, so I see we have a long list of things for the consent, for consideration for the consent agenda. And I guess I want to make sure that we have not put something on there that we asked for more information to be brought to us on the 22nd. Does that
Okay,
make
so
sense?
what do you, so these are just items that are action items that staff's putting on us there to remind us to look at that. So based on the policy, policy BD, I think it was BDE would not be on the consent agenda, unfortunately. So 5C would not be,
5B would not be.
5B as in boy,
Yes.
okay?
Would not be on the consent?
Correct.
Not. Okay. In the 3B, we asked for more metrics or what? No, that's not till later. That's right. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so then it looks like, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, that we would be moving 3B board priorities, 4A early childhood, the early college high school calendar, 4B North Charleston High School, 4C the waiver request. Then 5D the naming facilities, 6E the ad hoc legislation, and 6C the board annual plan to the consent agenda. Is that correct? Can I have a motion to do that?
So moved. Second.
Dr. Postwaite or somebody, Julie or Trudy, does that sound right to you all?
It's whatever you agree to, but certainly 5B and C should not be on consent. There's
Okay.
follow-up work to do.
Okay. So can we vote on those? You want me to just do a voice vote or are you gonna? It's coming? Okay, thanks. Yep. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the policy to see something. My bad. Okay, that motion passes. Next on the agenda, upcoming meetings, you should have on here school visits on the 10th, board meeting on the 22nd. Committee of the whole is on the April 19th because of spring break. It's a little later, and then the board meeting is April 26th.
May I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am. Ask question.
Regarding the school visits, I noticed that one is on the vaccine list.
on Wednesday? Would that have any impact with the?
Oh, yes, it will. I'm glad you know. We would have been the only people
They will not be there.
Except the employees who aren't getting vaccines that day, but students wouldn't be there. Well, I don't think it occurred to us to look at that, Erica, unless you had thought of that.
No, and that's the only one I looked at. I looked at.
We'll be ready to be somewhere at 9:30. We'll make sure it works.
Okay.
We'll
Okay,
get
any
words.
other questions like that? Or questions? I think we all would say kudos to the staff for making the vaccination stuff happen so quickly. I know our teachers and staff are thrilled, so thank you, and take your Tylenol or Advil or whatever you take before you get your vaccine. So, thank you.